Our family has ruled this land for generations while protecting the desert emerald. A massive calamity was approaching, which threatened the peace and prosperity of our kingdom. I desperately tried to gain power from my people. It was on that night I saw a beam of light. I thought to myself that this was our chance.
Actually, it was my chance, and I made sure to grab hold of it. Our pharaoh had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a message: I will bring back hope. The whole kingdom was met with despair. Hope? Hope can be achieved only by our own hands. It was me. I took our people out of this disaster and restored our kingdom's wealth. I am the rightful ruler of this land. The best pharaoh is a dead pharaoh. He should just quietly be revered from the shrine. Return? I will not sit idly by. I won't have it. I won't let anyone take what I've earned away from me. I'll oppose them with all my might, no matter who it is.
एमो खत्म हो गया। अब दिखाते हैं धमाकेदार एंट्री। सॉरी।
मुझे चारों तरफ से घेरा हुआ है। But you know what? I got this.
ऐसे भी क्या जल्दी है? अभी तो गेम शुरू हुई है। यस! क्या बात है?
शुरू तुमने किया था, खत्म मैं करूंगा।
एक जज्बा, एक टीम, सबकी जीत। ढूंढे अपने अंदर छुपे हीरो को। गली स्क्वाड के साथ बी द हीरो।
मारखौर कौम पर गैर मुल्की यलगार की पेशन गोई हो गई, इसलिए छोटा मारखौर अपने बचपन से ही बहुत मेहनत से तरबियत करता है। ताहम वो तंज और तंज का शिकार है। जब तक कि आफत पेशन गोई के मुताबिक ना आ जाए, वो एक नौजवान लीडर बनता है और लड़ने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश करता है। आखिरकार वो दुश्मनों को शिकस्त देता है और जीत जाता है।
यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Hello and welcome to, of course, PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the Pakistan Fall Split Season 2022, where indeed I'm going to be taking you through all the games. I'm going to be your host, Laura. Along with me, of course, is going to be Fixes, and it's all thanks to Oppo for making this all happen. Now, again, this is going to be day number 4 Fixes that we're starting off. Of course, just week number 1 that we're on, and it is quite an exhilarating ride, a roller coaster ride that these teams have taken us through till now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the way we've been seeing every single day a new team stepping it up. I think yesterday was mostly about T20 Qwerty and their comeback. But one thing for sure that we do have it, that was Team I8's consistency.
Absolutely. Along with that, of course, it is going to be very crucial for us to find out what the format of the entire saga is and how the teams are going to be moving on through from these 3 weeks into the grand finale itself. So let's move on to this video that's going to explain it all.
हम एक बार फिर से वापस आ चुके हैं एक और पबजी मोबाइल के सीजन के साथ, जहां पाकिस्तान की टॉप टीम्स अपने रीजन की बेहतरीन टीम्स बनने की कोशिश में मेहनत करेंगी। तमाम जोश और ड्रामा जो कि स्प्रिंग सीजन से चलता आ रहा है, हम तैयार हैं सारे जोश जज्बे और एक्शन को नए फॉर्मेट में देखने के लिए। PMPL पाकिस्तान फॉल स्प्लिट 2022 की लीग स्टेज को 3 हफ्तों में तकसीम किया गया है। हर हफ्ता 5 मैच के दिनों पर मुश्तमिल होगा और हर रोज 5 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। टीम को ग्रुप में शफल किया जाएगा और हर टीम एक दिन में 4 मैचेस खेलेगी। हफ्ते के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 12 टीमें एक इजाफी मैच लिविक मैप पर खेलेंगी। हर हफ्ता नया शुरू होगा और पिछले हफ्ते के आदात शामिल नहीं किए जाएंगे। लीग स्टेज के दौरान टीम्स को बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने का मौका मिलेगा। यहाँ 4 मौके बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने के होंगे, 3 बार हर हफ्ते की दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से और 1 बार मजमूई दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से। 3 हफ्तों के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 16 टीमें अपने कुल बोनस पॉइंट्स की बुनियाद पर फाइनल्स में चली जाएंगी। वो टीम्स अपने फाइनल्स की शुरुआत अपने बोनस पॉइंट से ही शुरू करेंगी जो उन्होंने पूरे लीग स्टेज में हासिल किए थे। इसका मतलब जो टीम लीग स्टेज में अच्छा करेगी उसको फाइनल्स में मायने खेज फायदा होगा। फाइनल का खेल 3 दिन पर मुश्तमिल होगा, जहां हर रोज 6 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। तीसरे दिन इख्तिताम पर जिस टीम के सबसे ज्यादा पॉइंट्स होंगे वो PMPL पाकिस्तान की चैंपियन कहलाएगी। इसी के साथ टॉप 6 टीमें PMPL साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगी। अब किस तरह टीम्स नए फॉर्मेट से वाकिफ होंगी, जानने के लिए हमारे साथ बने रहिए।
Well, there we have it, of course, viewers. As you just saw, it is going to be very critical for the teams to be able to participate on that Livik map, which will provide them those bonus points. And again, Fixes, tomorrow, game number 6 will be on Livik. And again, top 12 teams will be participating in that. But do you have any sure shot teams that you're going to be picking right now that you know for a fact we can see tomorrow?
Oh, one thing for sure. I8, Magnus, TUF, Qwerty, these teams are playing. Nothing taken away from them. But let's take a look at the schedule of the entire tournament this time around, right? We do have our league stages going on, so we've got 5 matches per day. Every team gets to play 20 matches per week, and we are spanned across 3 weeks of league stage actions. Then we do have the PMPL Pakistan finals, out of which the top 6 teams are going to be partaking in the PMPL SA Championship to represent their colors in the major tournament of it all.
Absolutely, and along with that, as we move on to talk about motivatory factors, we do have the prize pool to talk about as well. $100,000 on the line for these teams. Along with that, of course, as we do see league stage participation itself, teams are walking away with a little bit of moolah in their bank. Along with all of that, of course, the biggest factor being that the top 6 teams, as Fixes did just mention, top 6 teams will qualify for SA Championship, where those 6 teams will be qualifying and representing Pakistan altogether itself. And how they can do that? Well, right here is the mark, the 3-week affair that we're a part of. Along with that, it is going to be the elimination point that becomes the most important thing that these teams ought to focus on, and they are doing so. I mean, Fixes, we compare day number 1 to day 3, and now, of course, we're going to be getting started with day 4. There's a big difference in terms of how teams have changed the play in the battleground itself.
the dynamics of play, of course, have changed a lot.
True,
Especially,
exactly.
you know, the day number 1 we come in and teams were just going after fights left, right, and center. And suddenly from day number 2, we did sort of witness that a little bit of a slower pace. Rather, teams were focusing more on good positions. But now taking a look at the bonus points, we've been talking about this, and that is how, you know, all these Livik maps, all that you have to be playing on your toes, all those games have to be so important, because after every week you do get those bonus points which eventually help you in having that lead, having that buffer in the grand finals. And let's say I8, they're leading. I don't think anyone's going to be toppling them over. They're going to get that 20 points this week. If they keep doing this in the next 2 weeks, as well as in the overall after the 3 weeks are done, they're going to have a buffer of 80 points. Imagine starting off your grand finals with an 80 points advantage, Lakshay.
Absolutely. But you know what? Along with that, I'm going to be the devil advocate right here in this sentence, and I'm going to be like, for the other teams, all they need to focus on is to participate in that Livik map, the top 12 teams tomorrow that will play the game number 6. Now in that, we know for a fact teams like I8 are going to be already qualifying, but the other teams that qualify, for them the biggest agenda should be the factor that they should work out as many points as they can, work towards as many points as they can on that Livik map, so that they get that boost that we're talking about going in favor of I8. But yeah, talking about the overall ranking, talking about the storyboard itself, it clearly is indicative of the fact that I8's performance, it is a class apart against the lobby that they're playing in, because 3 chicken dinners is what they've got in the 12 games and 222 points. The second team that is sitting right below them is sitting at 139 points. A stark difference being showcased right there. And the second team is going to be Magnus Esports. But along with that, TmW have definitely picked up their pace as they find themselves with 9 positions jump, rather, sitting on that 9th position right there. My apologies. But along with that, second page is where this entire fight is all played out, or rather lined up to be played out for, because top 12 is what we're going to be looking at till match number 4 tomorrow. The top 12 teams participate in that bonus map.
Yeah, I mean, the competition around the mid-order is still very much in the open, right? We still do not know who the 12 teams are, rather who the top 12 teams are that are going to be playing the extra Livik map. And it's going to be fun, right? I think it's the first time in my official commentating career that I'm going to cast and live a game that is of competitive relevance, because we've had Liviks before.
True.
You know, we've seen streamers play that. We've got a lot of, you know, fun stuff going around it, but this is where things get really interesting. But now, talking about interesting things, are also the elimination leaders. You know, Ghost, 31 eliminations for himself. Blade, Uzim, IQ. Oh my goodness! I mean, I8, every single player is performing out of their wits.
Wow. And they've got a competition within themselves as well, as Uzum and IQ are sitting at 28 by themselves. And again, you talk about the margin of difference in between the average survival as well as the damage. There isn't much. There definitely isn't much. In fact, if at all anything, Blade has the highest amount of damage amongst the lot. But along with that, of course, we do have Finisher from the side of Magnus as well, chiming in with, of course, 28 elimination points of himself for his team. Now, again, the elimination leaders do basically imply that the aggressive stance that these teams are bringing up, yeah, that is working out for them. But this is only a 3-day affair, just 12 games that these teams have played, and 12 games, that sort of a ludicrous performance is what you're bringing. Honestly, I should just shut up and be like, you have no idea what to anticipate by the end of these 3 weeks, because it is so very chaotic in that storyboard.
I mean, I was just trying to do the maths over there, and suddenly had my brains fried up, because it's just 12 games and I8 have already accumulated 220 points, so almost averaging around 18 points per game. This team, you know, they're on a whole different level altogether. And if this sort of keeps on persisting, if there's nobody who's gonna try and put on a leash on them, I think we could just give them the crown itself. But we've got an interesting format. It's just not about week 1. You have to perform it as throughout. And T20 Qwerty, we have been talking about this team. This team has a lot of potential. Finally, did step up yesterday, the way they have been playing. I mean, getting those 2 chicken dinners, starting it off with in Sanhok, getting one more around in Erangel, and finally earning me that +1 or W on my predictions. I'm really happy about them. Everything that they did yesterday, you could see they were being a little bit more controlled. They were not just pushing in with their eyes closed, and the results were paying.
That is the biggest difference that I saw from their side, right? I mean, we were casting the game from day one itself, and we saw how Team T20 Qwerty were making those rotations count, were bringing in a lot of aggression against their opponent team. But then they were getting sandwiched, were definitely getting caught off guard in terms of open situations, in terms of the rotation that they were making. But then yesterday, we saw a perfect synergistic play at the same period of time, a very, like you so perfectly mentioned, a calm and approach was such that they had to finish in style and walk away with that chicken dinner. And not once, they did that twice. So definitely, Team Qwerty ought to be in the limelight for the performance that they brought on day number 3.
I mean, 100%. Especially that little bit of the ensuing rivalry that was being built up between them and Team BABLU. On one occasion, in the map of Erangel, we did see Team BABLU wiping them out, but eventually, they managed to recover pretty well. Now, if we talk about the statistics, okay, now this is how they started off. Day number 1 was sort of, not really bad for them. They had few bad games, but that was just about it. But when you talk about day number 3, right, there you can see all those high peaks touching out, those 2 chicken dinners coming. And this is exactly what the fans needed for T20 Qwerty, because they have that punch, they have that, firepower in their arsenal. All they needed was to have the right mindset, right? Every other game if you see, it was so difficult for all the 4 players of the team to be alive, right, at any given moment. Towards those end circles, it's usually, somebody or the other just getting knocked out. Then it kind of was like dominoes, right? One thing followed the other, and the others also fell down, and they could not get a good position inside the circle. They rectified that, and the way they've been playing, now they're also looking phenomenal. And this is exactly the form that I want them to have on. But again, apart from that, there've been other teams as well. Quantum Rich, for example, right? They also did manage to, if I'm not wrong, get their chicken dinner, and that too with 14 finishes yesterday. So that is also huge. But Quantum Rage has, again, Lakshya has been one of those teams that was in the thick and thin of things, right? The start of the few days, being a little consistent, not getting results as desired, but they were not out of the competition. Now having the top 5 spot, I think this is definitely a team to watch out for.
Oh, most certainly. Because again, it is clearly evident based on the difference itself from day 1 compared to day 3 that was yesterday played out, where, of course, the knocks have increased quite a lot. Survival time itself has increased. Eliminations themselves from 2.8 compared to 6 eliminations coming in average from the side of this team has picked up their pace, and that too in a perfect way, where indeed you're only talking about 1 day difference, right? All right, let's make it 2 day, because we started off from day 1. Day 2, they played continuous games, and then after that, they had 1 day break, and that 1 day break has made such a big difference to these teams that they started off day 3 with a banger of a performance, and that's how they've been able to rise up to the occasion. Because before that, we were questioning from the side of Quantum Rage as to where exactly is this team missing out, and that one holiday helped out to be such a big boon for the side of this team in terms of the way that they've approached these fights. That is clearly indicative of the fact that they deserved it. But let's just hope and keep our fingers crossed that they are able to keep this sort of performance up again and again, because that is what is needed from the side of this team to just keep their numbers up and find themselves in the top 12.
Yeah, now it's all right.
Oh wow, there's no what should you even bring up? It's clearly indicated that this is what this team does. Once they get that 1 day break, they're gonna absolutely go back to the drawing board and understand what the opponents are doing, what they were doing wrong, and come back with a ludicrous play. And that's what they did on day number 3.
Yeah, I think it was day number 2 where also they were on a little bit of a
started off
recovery journey, right? This is where they started things off, like you just said, being a little bit more consistent. This is one of those teams that does not really go heavy on the finishes department, right? It's not something that you would expect the likes of, let's say I8 or Magnus or TUF to do, but they are one of those teams that really respect the circle a lot. They do not get into any unwanted fights. Now, if they have the blessings and the mercy of the circle, we all know what happens. This can, and they have the potential to bag a 14 finish chicken.
And they've done so. They've done so in the past. They've done so in this league itself, as was showcased earlier. But right now, as we move towards the schedule, once again, viewers, we're going to be looking at 5 games that will be played out right off the bat. Once again, today, we're going to be starting things off on Erangel, followed on by Miramar. So today, we do have 3 Erangels, but only 1 Sanhok and Miramar. So that, of course, does mean that teams well, again, every single team and player do love the comfort of Erangel. So this is the day where the big boost that they were anticipating, especially from the teams that are sitting on the second half of that leaderboard and the overall ranking, this is the day where they can definitely optimize all of those points for themselves, because they know where I8 is going to be dropping down on Erangel. They know exactly what to anticipate from BABLU's side, from, of course, Metershot Sky. So all of that is already phased out, and now it all boils down to how are they going to be able to bring that battleground in their favor, because there are so many teams that are sitting on this latter half of the leaderboard with not so many good points after 12 games that they've played, compared to, I mean, you compare that to the team sitting up on top of I8 with 222 points. Yeah, it is a big difference. But hey, yo, all right, Fixes, it is back to the same conversation starter. For now, on this desk, you and I on the English desk from Pakistan region have been able to get that 1-1 correct prediction.
Yep.
I want to hear it from you, mate. What team are you going to be predicting for this first match of the day?
See, if it's Erangel, then has to be I8 for me. You know, that's the safest bet that you could go with, the way they've been playing. I think they've been a little hungry for that chicken. They've always been getting so very close, just missing out on the mark. But what's for you, Blotter? Who do you think is going to get this one?
See, I8 is a really good pointer, and that is something that I will definitely second you for that decision. But at the same time, when the entire league started off, TUF was rocking it.
Oh, yeah.
And then came I8, just slowly, small little changes that they needed to make in terms of the way they were rushing in to create those sort of opportunities to get the chicken dinner. That is what I8 just pushed back a little, and that worked out perfectly for them. But as they did, TUF's strategy completely kind of faltered out. It's just something which is still in a disarray. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that TUF in this first game is able to bring their numbers up. If not, walk away with a chicken dinner. That would be brilliant and get me another prediction set on this desk. But yeah, definitely TUF is going to be confirmed from my side.
You know, I wish there was something up for grabs for getting the most predictions right.
A
little bit of a banter between the desk also. A little bit of a compensation. Extra one in our pockets. Maybe one of those F21 Pros that I really love in the door. And I was spotting that, that mustard orange jacket yesterday, and really fits, or rather really suits to the style and the look and the aesthetic of how you want to present yourself. You know, we, of course, majority of the viewers are the Gen Z, and we know we love our poppy colors. We love those splash. But yes, getting back to the battlegrounds, the first game of Erangel, that means, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be teams from Group A that are going to be sitting this one out. So, of course, we will not get to see a lot of the other teams, right? Especially the ones who are in Group A. The others are going to be playing. They'll be back in action in the next following games, and this is where, you know, I'm starting to wonder. 52 Esports, Team BABLU, Magnus, and 3X Esports, they're going to be out of the picture. So two big names being removed. 52 and 3X, well, they've had their fair share of good games, but have not really lived up to their own expectations. But this is where the other teams get a chance to prove themselves. Group E, they're going to be starting it, and Freestyle, as a matter of fact, they were also playing amazing yesterday.
Well, they were. They definitely were. I mean, FS was one of those teams. We were talking about it in the green room, right?
Yeah.
Should we pick Qwerty or should we pick FS? Because Qwerty definitely brought up the name yesterday in terms of the 2 chicken dinners that they were able to accumulate. At the same time, FS, the way that they actually changed the pace of the game itself in their favor, right? Back to back again. Not necessarily getting those chicken dinners back to back, but at the same time, bringing in some perfect plays and good number of points for themselves. That is where Freestyle was in the wind and walking away, and rather running away with a lot of points. But again, now the entire conversation is all surrounded by, this is just 3 days that we've seen, 12 games that we've seen, and there's still 2 more weeks to go through. This week excluded, of course. After that will be the week final, the grand finals itself. So a very big change can be anticipated by the time we reach the end. But right now, as we do get things started off, we are going to be looking at a very important match right here for these teams. And along with that, of course, Fixes, just want to kind of iron out, A, B, C, and D group will be starting off on the map of Erangel right now for game number 1.
All right. I mean, a little bit of information error for me today, but nevertheless, I think if we are clarified on that, I think we're just good to go. But yeah.
Yep.
We are humans, right? We tend to make a few mistakes here and there, sometimes bigger ones with life, which we regret. Thankfully, this is something that can be ignored, and we just move on. So, all right. So E won't be playing. That means we will not get to see Freestyle at the others. in action. So that's going to be really interesting. Regicide, Freestyle, North Esports, and H2V. These groups not being a part of it because the way things have been going on. So we've got to see as to how things just pan out for all these teams, right? And exactly,
True.
I8 just heading out to the military base. We do have Novoripnoi, which is of course being taken over by Metershot Sky. But look at this circle. Now this could be the circle that Star has always dreamt of, or maybe even TmW, because even seeing them get that chicken dinner yesterday, it's something in me excites me that they can perform again in this map as well.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday, the final game that we saw in favor of TmW against I8, that too, 4v3 situation that curled it out to be, was incredibly handled from TmW itself. But again, it all boils down to what this background is going to be able to do. Yes, stats and all is based on history, but right now we're living in the present. And in the present, again, it's all speculative as to where this entire saga is going to lead us towards. What team is it going to lead towards that chicken dinner? But at the same point of time, talking about that military base, well, I8, we know for a fact, is always going to be stuck around there. Metershot Sky are also almost always stuck towards Novoripnoi. Now, do you think they should change that strategy a little bit? Because it's just not working out for them. Either they try that early approach, either they try a late end approach into the zone. Metershot Sky have just not been able to convert those points for themselves.
I think more than their drop position, it is their fights, right? Every single time we have seen them taking a 4v4 fight, they've on like 90% of the occasions they've lost it out, right? It is about the positioning in the fights, because let's be honest, I mean, there has ever been any part where dropping off at Novoripnoi has proved to be a bane for them, right? It has always their in-game, rather the micro fights that they engage in, and when they cannot really trade off their players, right? One after the other, they just get picked off. I think it's more about the confidence really lacking in the squad. All they need is that one good game to bolster it up. All they need to have right now is that pep talk that yes, we can do it. All we need is that one game that we were looking out for, one big game in fact. If they get it, if they get that chicken dinner, they'll also start rolling.
Absolutely. It's about that mental boost that they're able to accumulate, right? Or not accumulate, sorry, that they're able to get once they get a good game working in their side and in their favor. And that is something that is a little lacking from their side. On the other front, you talk about A+B+C+D, the team that on day number 1, I honestly had no idea what to anticipate from their side. Day 2 came and went, and they were still trying to understand how they should plan it out and play it around. And by the midday end, or rather by the third game of day number 2, A+B+C Esports started showcasing perfect plays, started showcasing some light in terms of how they were figuring out things. And then day 3 onwards, and now of course on day 4, they have been able to accumulate a lot of points. They have definitely grinded it and gotten those elimination points as well as placement points. So looking forward to how big a leap is this team going to be able to convert for themselves, because they, as of now, are looking comfortable in the top 12.
Oh yeah, I mean, for A+B+C Esports, I think we did witness that, they were taking good circles yesterday, especially in that game of Miramar, where, I mean, they did have it for them until in the very end when the push just came in from Team Magnus, I believe, and they kind of shattered apart. And they've been trying to recover, but they've been making progress in the right direction, which I absolutely like and respect, because honestly, you just can't expect, a team to win every single game. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But if you keep on improving day after day, and the results will eventually show up, which has really been a case with them. But R3D, it's kind of a little bit otherwise, right? R3D being one of those squads that has tremendous potential. They've gone through a little bit of roster change, because if I remember last time, I think Pika was a part of R3D. Who has gone back to his old squad, that is Team BABLU right now. Quraysh, look at them spotting out Anubis and Walker, both of them spraying at their direction. Maybe did not have the right attachments, could not connect even a single shot.
Ouch. On the contrary, again, talking about Quraysh Esports at the same time as well. From day number 1 onwards, compared to how they've been able to get the ball rolling in their court as well till day number 3, it is definitely a climb. It is a tough climb for them as well. But they are doing it judiciously, and they are trying to give it all that they possibly can. Now, at the same point of time, these are the kind of maps, days that they should be able to capitalize upon, where for a fact that, 3 Erangel games is a big boon. You should be able to get yourself acclimated perfectly and synergistically to get those points. Now, Quraysh Esports, we know that they do have the capability to do so, but at the same point in time, will the lobby allow them that sort of boon or not? At the same point in time, moving away from that team towards a team that started off with a rockin' start from day one itself was BABLU. And as of now, they were seen to be walking away from that fight, where of course it is A-okay, as they were in front of two individual teams, 3X as well as another one. But right now, we move back towards the players of Quantum Rage. Now, the zone is... Oh, well, my apologies. I was trying to look at the map, but there isn't one available. Go ahead, Fixes.
I mean, considering how things are going up, right? It's all about teams trying to rotate on pretty early on. And, you know, and this is going to keep on going, right? Now teams are going to try and avoid engaging in all those battles. And eventually, at a certain point, at a certain junction, they're going to try and fight it out. But looking at Destroyer, oh, so very close to the players of 3X. And Miracle just decided against it, right? He was like, nah, I'm not going to be a part of it. I do not exactly know where the other players are. And when you're not 100% sure you can take that fight, it's always better to avoid and get into a better position, a better stance, where you can actually just wait out for the other enemies, or maybe just wait till you find your opponent or your prey at their weakest point and then strike.
Indeed. And again, so that in the first 7 minutes, definitely, I mean, by this mark itself, 7 to 8, 10-minute marker is the moment where you can definitely bring in that sort of a play style, because you know for a fact by the time the clock hits 7 minutes in, the teams either are already set up in the compounds based on the way that they dropped on the zone and also the zone favoring them. Along with that, the teams are also going to be seen making those rotations, and that is where a lot of those shots can be sprayed on upon. That was seen earlier as well, but sadly, no conversion as of yet. No first blood situation has been drawn as of yet on this map of Erangel, where we do see 3X's players easily, comfortably setting themselves up towards the northern side of Pochinki right here, it seems like, where they have the compound in their favor. They've got all four players just patiently waiting for the other teams. And of course, we saw another team in the vicinity as well. So now it all boils down to which team, or rather, what player is it going to be? That is, ooh, that's cheeky thug. like that. But would have been even better if you could have been able to make that jump towards the roof of the warehouse itself. A lot more could have been sheltered out from that side.
Yeah, I mean, the intention was right. I mean, it's always finding those unorthodox angles, right? Somewhere where the enemy won't expect or anticipate you. And we've seen a few players pulling that one off. It takes a little bit of practice, and once you're done, once you're dandy at that, then you are good to go. And of course, you know, no one's gonna anticipate someone just peeking out of, you know, above the warehouse, and plus the kind of information that you would collect otherwise is so helpful. Look at Team BABLU. They're all well settled in. They did not have a, you know, difficult or a hard time trying to rotate inside the circle, right? They were always enjoying themselves. They have a compound. 3 players are just roaming outside. They maybe want to move on to a different place altogether, and we might get to see some action pretty soon. We have seen, you know, teams trying to take a few pot shots at each other, but nothing really has come out of it. It's a full 64-man lobby. This time we don't have the grounders with just 3 men. So that's one thing. They're back with all 4 of theirs, and they realize that, you know, you need that extra personnel to have the best results being delivered. And R3D, this is one of those teams. I mean, we gotta see what really happens. 3X Esports right in front of them, but still a little bit of a silence taking over the lobby.
Absolutely. 3X as well as R3D, they are very close to each other. But in fact, R3D was the one. All right, never mind the conversation that I was bringing up, because TmwEsports Korma seems to have found a knock on the player of 52 Esports and convert that into a perfect elimination point as well, as we do have the first blood situation. And indeed, it is Joker all left by his lonesome. Now, he's going to be surrounded by a lot of nades from the side of TmwEsports Heian along with his teammate. But it seems like Joker will be able to find himself. Oh, all right, never mind. The Rock is not going to be able to favor him, because the flank angle coming in from the side of Reaper X is going to be eliminating and annihilating, thus leaving only a 2-man army for 52 Esports. 52 Esports. It is a hard luck this time around in the fall split for Pakistan Region 2022, where indeed 52 Esports are just not able to convert games for themselves, just not allowed to make even decent points in any single game, which is turning into a little bit of a sob story for week 1. But indeed, there is still a possibility. There is still that silver lining that could maybe favor them. We'll have to keep a keen eye out towards that side. But right now, talking about keen eyes, we've got, of course, Quantum Rage on our screens right next to the players of Triple Esports. Now, Triple Esports as Rex is also going to be bringing in a little bit of a nade parade or not. Not necessarily right now. It seems like Quantum Rage are going to be pushing back along. Goku along with Senior, of course, are still the front line members. But at the same time, you can see Hunter, Triple Esports as Hunter is trying to create that flank. And if that works out, at the same time, even if it works out, Fixes, he's at the lower end of this hill. So even if the flank works out, Quantum Rage is going to have a higher ground advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Senior does have one good position for himself. All he needs to do is try and create that flank or try to take over that map control, like you very rightfully pointed out. But Quantum Rage at the same time, both these teams, same goes for Triple Esports, have to be wary about the fact that Team BABLU is in the nearby fray. As you can see,
yes.
you know, one slight misstep, or you know, if these two teams just go on fighting it out against each other, and then of course it's going to be Team BABLU that's going to capitalize on the situation no matter what. At least try and steal a few finishes here and there. Quantum Rage in the meanwhile did the right thing, you know, just back off to the compounds, have some concrete cover to play around, because imagine you're just thrown out right in the open. You might get shot from elsewhere and from directions you might not have anticipated. So yeah, it is always advisable. But for now, two of the players of Team Quantum Rage still have decided to stick where they are right now. Still, just stay still, because they know there might be a moment where Triple Esports could be vulnerable and they want to hit them right at the very moment.
Oh, this is a chaotic area right here at the edge of this zone, where we do have 4 teams, in fact, R3D, 3X. At the same time, we saw BABLU in the backlines, and of course, at the same time, now it seems like the shots are finally being sprayed on from the side of Hawk from R3D, but none of them have been able to connect. Of course, he does know where the players of 3X are, but 3X have the compound safety net working for them. At the same time, the 4th team is going to be Triple Esports that we were talking about. Now, Triple Esports themselves are looking at another team that's going to be a 5th team joining into the fray. That's going to be Team Star, and that is where Triple Esports are going to be jumping their guns towards, and that too to get themselves outside the zone. It seems like they're going to be trying to gatekeep this entire region. As we can see from the top right hand side of our screens, the team in purple is going to be Triple Esports, and they are just eagerly, patiently waiting for the team in the background, Team Star, to try and approach this entire area. At the same time, Quantum Rage have decided to push away or push on to Triple Esports. It seems like they are going to try and push on, and Triple Esports, they are well equipped, they are ready, and Sirius, he's extended a bit too much without that cover. He definitely takes on a little bit more damage. Spark going to be there, his cover, where Sirius is going to be able to get that first aid kit popped in. At the same time, Spark is going to be bringing in a nade parade and bring themselves falling back, in fact, is what they seem to be doing, but not necessarily what the decision is looking like, because Quantum Rage, in a little bit of a split, is what we do see them, but surrounded is what we see them. So a tricky situation that Quantum Rage are dealing with. If they push on, then too, they are going to be in trouble, because from behind of Triple Esports is going to be Team Star patiently waiting, and now 52 Esports also chimes in with just a 2-man army. This is a perfect bloodbath right here in this small little area of access.
Oh, indeed. And Pharaoh just got the better out of Miracle right now. Hassan, of course, has been knocked out. But first, he needs to patch himself up and then try to get the res on his teammate. Now, this is where the Ramen from Team Star might come in, which is already in process. Realizes the gravity of situation, goes in for that elimination. Just tries to spray around. Could not get that knock, but there you have it. Pharaoh just trying to bob and weave and has managed to get one more. Can he get a few? It's just the 2 remaining. Usama and Sultana just trying to spray in through those windows. Not really connecting the shots. A very valiant effort being put on by Pharaoh, but into vain, as he also gets picked off. And 52 Esports, they're going to be biting the dust. And but still, you know, before going, he managed to, you know, dish out a hefty amount of damage to the squad, because Star Esports, let's be honest, Blotter, they were in the best of positions, and suddenly it doesn't look like it anymore.
And that too, with just a 2-man approach from 52 Esports, has brought down the numbers of Team Star. So definitely a perfect approach from 52 Esports right there. And that too, walking away with even a single elimination point is still a big boon, because getting eliminated at the 16th, you don't have any placement points anyways. But I'm really trying to understand what sort of a conundrum is going on right here in this small little black zone that's been created, black hole that's been created. So many teams around the vicinity. Quantum Rage keeping them very close, and the head spots on from Hunter. He takes a lot of course, damage, but at the same time, Spark was not able to. Never mind, he will go down. Hunter will go down to his knees. He's been knocked. At the same time, Team BABLU, we fall back to their compound as they have shots, and of course, their crosshair set up towards the players of the grounders as well. So in this small little area, Fixers, we're looking at least 6 individual teams fighting and taking place.
This is getting so exhilarating at this point, right? I mean, so difficult to contemplate what's really happening, but look at Quantum Rage this time just going after TripleE Esports and will get the better out of them. We have been talking about their patience a lot, and again, it did come in handy as they successfully managed to wipe them out without even a single casualty. Now, talking about how the circle is, Team BABLU, Team, the Grounders, TUF, Quantum Rage, everybody has to get inside the zone. But the big question is how. Right now, we do have TMW fighting it out against Team MS. Now, this is what we were talking about, right? Every single time they just go in and somebody or the other just gets taken down. And finally, Team I8, they also seem to have gotten themselves into the mix of things.
Oh, they definitely have, and this is where we were waiting for I8 to bring in that domination from the south. They've brought themselves from the military base. Now their presence is going to be felt in this entire territory, and of course the terror from I8 is going to be spread across because of how they love to play. But will they be allowed to bring in that sort of a dominating play? You know what? This question has been asked in Pakistan region too many times, and I think this question is void because I8 will always and always dominate. But yet again, the hope still lives alive as to what team can bring and stop the positioning and placement of I8 again and again for them to be able to rack up so many points. Quraysh Esports on our screens looking comfortable with all 4 players thankfully still surviving with 1 elimination point also converted for their side. The grounders we saw earlier were getting thrashed from the side of course, BABLU, and thus they have lost Mr. Black in that fight, I believe. But overall, they still are looking in a, well, decent position, but a precarious one. They do have the smoke wall. At the same time, BABLU is still very eagerly waiting. We can see Pika OP on top of his, of course, ridge on top of this compound right there with a 2-man split coming in from the BABLU side. They have a lot of area control. Right behind them is going to the Blues, so they don't have to worry about anything coming in from the rear or the flank. But how exactly are the number of points going to be accumulated from BABLU, where Quantum Rage is just roaming around like a behemoth in this open area, taking on those shots and sprays and converting those into points. 6 defeat points already completed from Quantum Rage as of now.
Wow. So wow. I mean, I'm just out of words right now. The way Quantum Rage has been playing, they're on a whole different level. They seem unstoppable for sure.
Yeah.
Now, those 14 finishes chicken dinner, we feel like we're getting the glimpses of that. We've been talking about it. They have always been collective. They do not take fights that they're confident, they never back. I8 did take a loss in terms of Blade, but he's managed to get himself back up and is patched up at full HP. But in the meanwhile, Boost continues to dish out hell. Comes to try to take in some hefty amount of damage, as now Ghost is gonna follow it up with a grenade. I do not know if it's gonna make its mark, but I do know that it's gonna dish out a hefty chunk of damage, and there you go, 1 more grenade being lofted at that particular direction, and MS Esports, whoa, they are in a whole world of trouble.
They definitely are. They have been, of course, able to get the players back up again, but for how long? Because from the back is going to be the Blues, in front of them is going to be I8's perfect dominating play. And if we focus on towards the right-hand side, of course, right here of Metershot, right above that small little hill, I8's players are there as well. So Metershot, to be able to walk away from that situation is looking almost next to impossible. At the same time, this is the full stop that was needed, because, of course, BABLU, they were keeping a very keen and close eye towards this entire fight that was taking place, and now it seems like I8 have entered and they are making their presence felt, and now they're taking on those shots in space against not only, of course, Metershot, but also BABLU at the same time as well. But Metershot at least have been able to make that sort of a rotation, but it is, of course, not going to be allowed, as so many teams are around the vicinity. They're going to be sprayed on upon, and just like that, they will get eliminated on the 12th. With that, 11 teams do remain, all 4 players still surviving and standing. I8, a league of their own is what they've created.
Yeah, indeed. And now look at this. The onslaught just keeps on going. Draken being spotted out from the grounders as, well, I do not know if it's the best spot for I8 at this given moment, because they also have to get inside the circle, and it's going to be so difficult. On the other hand, we do have Team BABLU, I guess, taking some massive amount of damage. And yes, they have also been eliminated, sent off back to the lobby. Now, at this particular moment, I8, it's important to see if they can make it inside the circle safe and sound with TUF right beside them at a higher ground, at a better place. So if they can sniff them out, then it's going to be a whole different story. But for now, what we're just witnessing had to be Quantum Rage's domination, which apparently has been put an end to.
Absolutely. For now, they have been eliminated on that 13th spot with 8 finish points converted for their side. But Magnus on top of this hill, they are looking like very much in control. They have this entire hill to their advantage, but at the same point in time, it is an open hill. There's not a lot of cover available from them, apart from a few tree trunks, as well as, of course, the buggies that are available. At the same point in time, TUF get eliminated thanks to I8's perfect approach, right? Because after all, I8, they were pretty much in a sandwich situation. The way I saw it, TUF was coming in from the rear, right above, in front of the hill was Magnus waiting. But it seems like I8, they've got eyes all over the place. And just like that, they will easily be able to stop TUF in their tracks.
Oh, they certainly will. And, it is, again, typical of I8. Even when the things are not really working out in their favor, somehow they tend to make it work. But 3x Esports, this is a very important, very crucial game for them. They managed to get those 4 finishes so far, which is really good. But now the next big target for them is to try and get inside the circle. Now the biggest hindrance for them would be in the form of Team Magnus, who are there, who still have just 1 finish. But we know they are one of those teams that, given the right chance, will never shy away from getting a chicken dinner. As the fight has already begun, I8 being pushed at Uzum already has to lose out on his life, as now Ghost is going to try and come in pretty soon, but here comes the spray coming in from Cairo. Ghost having taken some massive amount of damage. He somehow needs to recuperate and take all those S12K shots at his direction, but that does not happen as the Faulty Devils successfully annihilate Team I8.
Well, TFD have been able to not only annihilate, but also at the same time keep 4 players, all of their 4 players still surviving and standing, which is the biggest thing when it comes down to these final moments of the game. And along with that, Faulty Devils, of course, the momentum working in their favor has been able to accumulate 6 defeat points as of now, 6 elimination points already converted. But hey, along with all of those conversations comes in, of course, T20 Qwerty with a 3-man army coming in from the side of this team. Gravity, Voltrix and 420 Boy, they are not yet done. They're coming in from a different angle of their own, from the northern side of the zone. And all of this is all going to be factored in as to what team is going to be able to spot them first. You do have Quraysh on the flank. At the same point in time, of course, the smoke is going to be dropped in from Voltrix, so that angle is going to be covered. He does have a buggy along with the first the loot, and that will be able to keep him at least covered for now. But for how long is what we'll have to see. At the same time, 6 teams do remain, so now it's all down to snail's pace and what team will be able to get those shots. TFD's, of course, Styler going to be very, very close to Miracle. Now Miracle, he has been a miracle lad for the side of the team, but of course he gets him a little early, and just like that, it is of course the end of TFD's player right there. Still, the numbers advantage will favor them. Never mind my word. Miracle is a miracle player, mate. He just spots and shoots and done.
Given the right position, the spotting out that slight pixel, they strike, and 3x, they are just marching in. They know it's already 3 players being taken out. It's just that lonesome survivor from the squad, that's Cairo, trying to desperately get a revive onto its Khan. And at this point, 3x Esports, it's going to be interesting. Why aren't they pushing in? Giving enough time for the Faulty Devils to recover. I do not know if that's the wisest of decisions, but they have resorted to try and get their own comrade back alive. Now this might just come in and bite them towards the end, when we would have the other squads also trying to close in. Cairo has a perfect angle on those players of 3x Esports, but for now he's ensured that he's gonna lob a few smokes just to have a cover from the backlines, as finally they decide to make a move. Can meet the players of the grounders any given moment if he is not aware of his whereabouts. But for now, Cairo just moving around. He's still unaware of that slithering snake right behind him. And there you go. Evil Boy strikes with a grenade. And this is where, I still feel they have no idea where that really came in from. Khan still not looking at that particular direction, while Mary decides to go after Drolin, but it is going to be 420 Boy's grenade that puts an end to him.
Wow, that one final player from the grounders is making a lot of noise and a lot of presence, of course, being taken away from his side against the opponent teams. And of course, it was looking like 3x themselves are going to be able to accumulate a lot of points, and that is what they will be working towards slowly but surely. At the same time, the grounders will get eliminated. Evil Boy will get eliminated with 1 elimination point confirmed for their side. We are left with 5 teams remaining on our screen, 3x with all 4 players still standing. Magnus is going to be in front of our screens right there in that small little warehouse and compound with just a 3-man army, which of course 3x have already spotted. But TFD's Kanaya is now going to be trying to bring in that Molotov and of course control a lot of this area so that no flank could take him down from at least this angle, from his left hand side. At the same time, now Quraysh, he needs to be careful of, because Quraysh, at the same time, Quraysh have all 4 players still surviving, but Quraysh are in a little bit of a backstep because they are at the edge of the hill, so they don't have the cover, they don't have the eye line, the eyesight to be able to spot down the players of TFD, but they certainly do know where Qwerty is going to be making that rotation from. So a very tricky position that, of course, Quraysh are going to have to deal with as well.
Oh yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. Rafe, the last player spotted out, finally just goes kaboom as 3x. Now they are at the most vulnerable spot right now with T20 Qwerty just pushing at their direction. This could be theirs. They know when to strike, when to capitalize. A beautiful crouch peak toggle coming in from Gravity. This young lad knows exactly what he's doing. The lonesome player surviving, Kratos, I think he might have given his position. Indeed it has. And right now it is Quraysh Esports going up against T20 Qwerty now, but things are really stacked up in Quraysh's favor, because Qwerty, they are down to just 2 men, 2v4. It is very difficult. It is an arduous task, but if someone can pull it off, it has to be T20 Qwerty.
Absolutely, with Voltrux already creating that perfect smoke wall in front of him is going to be, of course, a very easy spotting for Quraysh Esports to understand that definitely one angle could be coming in, one player could be coming in from their side, but again, the numbers advantage definitely favoring them. Now, it all boils down to the amount of utility that they're left with. Of course, we can see that 2 smokes definitely are in favor of Jaguar. Along with that, they do have that vehicle favoring them, but at the same time, Gravity is going to be absolutely capitalizing the smoke that was created from their side, and in doing so, just quickly brings the numbers down to a 3-man army from the side of Quraysh. Now, at the same time, Gravity does still have Voltrux's flank angle favoring him. Jaguar from the back end is going to try and spray down from the smoke itself, but it's just a bit too late, mate, because you've already lost one of your lads. Now all of it boils down to this loot crate, which is the only cover that Quraysh Hasni is going to be working towards, and Jaguar is going to be getting himself closer as well. If only T20 Qwerty have a little bit of Molotov or a nade or a perfect utility that could be brought on towards this side, Gravity could definitely gravitate this situation and this game towards his side as well. But it seemed like LMG is going to be into the rescue from Jaguar's teammates as well, and they do have an idea. But Voltrux, now Voltrux in all of this, he's being so very subtle and quiet in all of this. He knows, and he's keeping a very keen, I'm sure, eye as to where these players are rotating, and all the noise is being made from Voltrux. So it could, or rather from his teammate, of course. So it could very well be brought down towards, of course, Gravity, and this team of T20 Qwerty could walk away with a perfect chicken dinner this time around. The mind games played up to perfection from Voltrux.
Oh, indeed. Now it has suddenly the tides have turned and the tables have been flipped. Hasasni is the lonesome survivor, does have that MG3, but does not really matter as T20 Qwerty pull out a miraculous chicken dinner. Very well planned, very well executed, with 15 eliminations to their names, and instantly propel themselves to the spot that they really like, into the top 3, not just there, to the 2nd position. We've been talking about it. T20 Qwerty, they have been unstoppable so far. They have been one of the forces of nature. The moment they start rolling in, and Gravity and Voltrux, this duo is definitely one to look out for. If you talk about it's Ghost and Blade, for Qwerty, it has to be 100% these 2 lads, especially Gravity. His contribution in that fight was so immaculate, especially when he was driving, he was drawing all that attention towards him, giving enough time for Voltrux to to create that flank angle. And right when Quraysh was all shooting at his direction, Voltrux just comes in from the back lines and just down.
Now, this was a beautiful class 101 right here from the side of T20 Qwerty, of course. But along with that, the conversation right here on the desk will continue on forth for this game as well as the upcoming ones. But for now, we're going to go on that short little break. Stick around. We'll be right back with match number 2 for the day. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the Pakistan region fall splitters where we are at 2022. All thanks to Oppo F21 Pro, the official sponsored smartphone for this entire league. And of course, for this entire league, it is a big thanks to Oppo, like I said. But at the same time, a big thanks to how these teams from day 1 to day 4 itself, such a big change that they bring into the table, just like Oppo does every single year with these leagues. It is incredible to witness and such a beautiful class 101. Every single game brings to the table fixes.
And I do not know what to say of this young lad. He is magical, right? Every single time, Pakistan never ceases to produce a phenom that will just absolutely take over the lands. And I think he is the one. I mean, the way he showed his grit and determination, because let's be honest, the moment started with a 2v4 situation, right? And
exactly.
They completely flipped it over. It all started with Gravity getting that first knock and finish onto its clown, and then that is where Quraysh just deployed smokes. And it was all about, Hasni missing so many shots of those MG3. He spread left, he spread right, but did not spray the exact area where Gravity was. Of course, in the competitive lobbies, you do not get to see those damage markers anymore. But talking about the other players as well, Voltrux, again, his partner in crime, did manage to get 7 for his name, and did also get that hashtag 2 in terms of top players. But Miracle from 3x Esports and even Kratos, and from Quantum Rage, Tantanatan. I think the 3 of these players have been amazing as well, especially Quantum Rage, the way they started off, the way they were accumulating finishes after finishes. 8 finishes was what they got, but kind of fizzled out pretty early on. But I'm really impressed with 3x Esports and even Quraysh's survival instincts, and especially 3x, how they fought on till the very end. A few, lousy decisions, if they could have been done better, I think they could have also gotten that hashtag 1 for themselves.
Most certainly. It almost seemed likely to be the case, but at the same time, that is how the cookies crumbled on this match number 1 of day 4, where it is going to be T20 X Qwerty walking away with this perfect 15 elimination points, 15, of course, placement points based on the chicken dinner, 30 points in total, pushing themselves, rather accelerating them all the way up to the 2nd position in the overall ranking. At the same time, of course, 3x. Now, 3x Esports is one of those teams that we have been talking about on the desk. The consistency in terms of how the will to survive till the end of the fight is always there from 3x, my apologies. And Miracle being one of those final players who's pretty much always available for 3x to bring that hope alive. And that is how 3x has always pretty much been in the limelight, either in the top 5, either in the top 3, either in the top 2, walking away with the chicken as well, is how this team plays. But yeah, Quraysh, I'm sure they are going to go back to the drawing board and be like, ये तो कुछ गलत हो गया. ये तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही गलत हो गया. Talking about masala mixes, this is just a bit too much of a khichdi that was unexpected. I'm sure Quraysh is not going to be happy with that.
Well, I mean, the intention was to create biryani. Then they realized, okay, we're fine with pulao, but ended up with khichdi is what I can tell.
Exactly.
Right? And
that is so true. Khichdi is what?
And that got so confusing, right? Towards that very end, because Quraysh, they could have done 146 other things, right? Have their players spread out, get some ground. How can you not anticipate? There are 2 players remaining. As we take a look at the highlights over here, and well, let's see what happens, because the players of I8, At this point, you know, they were starting from the edges. They got in, they fought their way out, but later on, I think they were just put down to an end. I think it was against the Faulty Devils, and a little bit of mispositioning there. They certainly could have done better, but team T20 Qwerty were at the top of it all, and what a performance.
What an incredible performance this was. And this was the final fight right here, where, of course, Voltrix and Gravity, the two players, the way that they were able to just keep themselves. Now, this is where I would love to try and break this fight with you, break down this fight with you, Fixes, because, you know, the players of Quraysh were right across the squad from one side, and then on the other front were, of course, the two players from Qwerty itself. Now, we had Voltrix right behind the smoke. At the same point of time, in front was the other player itself. Now, as soon as the smoke is brought on, Quraysh, you know for a fact that this is a distraction. So that's perhaps what they thought, or what do you think? They completely just forgot about that smoke, that there could be a player coming in from there, and went straight towards where the noise was coming from. You know, and they were just completely drawn towards that.
Of course, I'm going to talk about that. But let's take a quick look at the overall rankings first, because now Quraysh and 3x Esports, two good matches, one good game, and now they're at the 8th and the 9th spot. T20 Qwerty, they were at the 4th spot and have taken it up to the 2nd spot. But the difference between Magnus is very minuscule. But A+B+C+D Esports still a league apart. But as we take a look, you know, as we go further down to the order, we will find, you know, few of the teams like the Faulty Devils finally making some position upwards, right, in the right direction. 80 points is where they're at. A few more good games, and they could be good as a fiddle. But for now, like you said, you know, coming back to the discussion that we were just having, I think, you know, Quraysh dug their graves when they committed too many smokes with just one player, right? It was a chaotic situation. Clown was literally knocked and finished off. There was no point putting in so many smokes. They could have, you know, baited and switched their players. They could have done n number of things. The very reason they put that smoke in front of them, we're going to talk more about it. But next is going to be the map of, Miramar, in which teams from Group D will be sitting it out. So we won't get to see a lot out of, or rather anything out of the Grounders, Metershot Sky, R3D, and Triple Esports. I mean, the weakest group so far, based on how they've been performing. Like I said, you know, again, back to the conversation. It was that smoke initially which gave Voltrox that little confidence, that little, you know, belief that he can try and create a flank. And Gravity, he just put himself away from the pack. And that is when Quraysh started making few more mistakes. One more player just goes out astray, gets knocked, but is not able to impart from where he got knocked from. And that is where, again, the trades were never there. One thing followed the other, and they were in absolute shambles. But now we have Miramar. Group D is not playing Lakshay. Who do you think? What's your prediction?
Well, again, so now we move on with Group E, or rather get introduced to Group E for today itself. That means Regicide is going to be jamming in, FS is going to be moving on along with North Esports as well as Team H2E. Now, H2E and North Esports are not doing so well. Definitely nothing taken away from their side, but yes, the performance has been lackluster from their side. Freestyle, really good performance yesterday, as well as, in fact, the way that they've picked themselves up after that small little holiday that we had. Day number 3 was looking miraculous for them. But for Miramar, I'm going to go with I8 now.
For Miramar, it's I8. I do not know, man. I cannot believe the T20 Qwerty train, the hype train that they're on right now, on a whole different level. For me, I think I want to stick with them. They gave me my first correct prediction. So for me, it's going to be T20 Qwerty, and I really hope they give me the second as well. I mean, again, a back-to-back. They have been on a whole different role, and we have been talking about this. If there is any team that can give I8 a run for their money, has to be this one.
Well, if that's the case, mate, then let me just switch it up a little bit, because previously you did go with the I8, right? So it would be unfair for me to just keep on switching between these two teams, right? It's just not fair on the desk. What I'm going to do is move on to Magnus, actually. Move on to Magnus, because they also are a deserving one on the map of Miramar. So is TUF, but Magnus is overperforming and TUF is underperforming. So I'm going to change that approach to Magnus and see if they can maybe rise up to the occasion to walk away with the chicken dinner this time around.
You know, with Magnus, now that you mentioned, right, we aren't seeing that punch anymore. They're getting those few early finishes.
TUF, Magnus, both.
Yeah, they seem to be sort of invisible. TUF had such a good chance to deal with I8 while they were trying to get inside the circle. But they had their attention elsewhere, and I just got made good work of it and just finished them off. So I think these are the few things that TUF really need to watch out for. But Miramar has been one of their strong suits. But even there's so many favorites, it's so difficult to decide. Production needs to stop doing that with us, because I was just going to come down to Team Freestyle also, because this is one of those teams that is also on a whole different level, especially ever since Black made his way inside the roster. They managed to get that first chicken dinner. They have been looking really strong. Miramar has been their strong suit. Let's see what happens in this game.
Let's find out, of course. With that, right off the bat, we do have the flight path majorly focusing itself towards the eastern side of the map this time around on the map of Miramar. Along with that, the first team to jump out is going to be the team that will be looking to, of course, move as further away from the zone, or rather from the teams as they can. That's going to be Quantum Rage, a team that did get a Miramar chicken dinner yesterday on match number 4. 14 elimination points is the chicken dinner that Quantum Rage walked away with. The team of series that we can see going towards the northern side all by their lonesome. Along with that, at the same point of time, the known accustomed drops coming in from the side of North Esports as well as I8 is going to be towards Los Leones. Now, talking about BABLU do love to change their approach on the map of Miramar. It is always based on how the flight path is going to be dictated. At times, they love to drop on early towards the northern side if the flight path is dictated towards the northern side. But this time around, the flight path took its time and went all the way down south towards Prison Island, and that is where day number 1, we saw BABLU drop down towards and also walk away with a lot of elimination points as they came in from the edge towards the center of the zone. So that sort of a domination could be expected from BABLU in this game. But talking about the center lines, we've got Magnus spread all across the board with all 4 players trying to get as much information as they can, and they themselves are going to be very close in proximity and vicinity to Freestyles players as well.
From what we can really process is some early reactions, and TmwEsports did start off well today as well. I mean, I really like that confidence oozing out of their bodies, but when you've got to deal with a team like Qwerty, especially an in-form Qwerty, all you've got to do is show your backs and run. I mean, that's the best you can do, because how do you stop them? Every single player is playing at their fullest potential. I think we're yet to see much more out of Khan 420, because I know when he was in BABLU what he was capable of, and he was one of those guys that, when MG3 was recently launched, and he was one of those guys just making plays with that. And I always used to say this one thing: give this guy an MG3 and he's gonna do wonders. But talking about wonders, 52 Esports, things are not really working out for them, because they've managed to lose one of their teammates, haven't really, given the follow-up at the right nick of time, as a result of which the revivals are going to come in process. But, well, did he not have the right guns to try and take him down? Because he was right in front of him, in the open, exposed.
He definitely was, and it seems like there was just a different perhaps communication or an error from his side itself, where he was just not prepared and equipped to try and get that. But at the same time, again, the fight continues on forth. 52 Esports have already lost one of their players. Daku is going to be up with a Tommy, and so close in the proximity towards the players of the Faulty Devils. The Faulty Devils are taking on shots and, of course, are getting on knocked to their knees, thanks to, of course, Regicide bringing in a third-party approach. So this Miramar, it seems like, is going to be a little bit of a chaotic one right off the bat in the first 4 minutes of the game itself. We are looking at quite a lot of teams losing out on their players, and so many of them in close proximity. TFD's players, of course, are being spotted one by one from the side of Regicide's Nocto, and Nocto, we've seen, he has been able to dominate earlier in the league as well, in the previous season's league as well. So this time around, let's see if he can, from the far lines, far reaches of this compound, bring in another knock, or maybe even confirm that into an elimination point for himself. At the same time, if you look towards the top right hand side of the minimap, we do have the team of Regicide, or rather teammate of Nocto, basically creating that sort of a flank angle against this compound. So TFD, they best be prepared. Same can be the case for 52 Esports as well, because they are, or rather they were, in the proximity of this area as well. So a tough fight that both these teams are going to have to prepare for. At the same time, Regicide, well, they are equipped, they are ready, they're just patiently waiting for their mark. As soon as they get that, they definitely are going to be able to bring those points for themselves. But at the same time, where's your vehicle, mate? Where is your vehicle? That is not good for a Nocto right now.
Oh yeah, I mean Regicide. This is one of those teams. I think from day number 2, we saw them hammering their way in through. Right, they've been playing amazing. Every single player, especially Knock Knock. I think this lad is definitely one to watch out for. Nocto is in oldie. He's been there in the squad for quite some time. Even the same can be said for Rashad. But for now, I mean, we did witness some early fights, and just back to the way the Pakistani PUBG Mobile runs, right? Teams engaging right from the very get-go. And yeah, 52 Esports, their disappointing run really continues. And how the mighty have fallen, right? Just they were the champions the last season, and just having a split, having to let go of 2 of their players, and now barely even surviving or barely even trying to qualify for the top 12 to at least play that extra bonus map that's living.
The rage is gone, mate. 52 rage is
Hunger,
gone from their
yeah.
side. Exactly the hunger that was seen from them earlier. The way they were able to convert that spring season for themselves and walk away with, of course, being the champions nonetheless, has all been lost down to the cause. As of now, Regicide, Knock Knock is going to be bringing in some points towards his team, as TFD are the ones who are in the receiving end. TFD left with just one final player, and that's going to be Kanaya, and he is on the run as of now. He has nowhere, or rather, he's got a lot of places that he could hide, but that's all that he can do. And him, all by his lonesome, perhaps for now, 16 teams still surviving. He's going to try his level best to survive for as long as he possibly can to work towards those placement points from the side of TFD, the Faulty Devils. At the same time, we move back towards 52 Esports' players, and the conversation still strikes the same exact Pharaoh Joker again. Now, we saw in the previous game as well, 2 players can bring in a lot, but is it the fair play? Is it the best play? Where again, you're talking about a team that were the champions of the previous season. So yeah, again, it seems like the pressure's gotten to them, and at the same time, of course, Fixes did just mention that when it came down to the players themselves, well, that change that was showcased from their side had definitely, well, has affected the performance quite a lot, and that is the reason why we see this team. But you know what I feel so bad about is that 52 Esports, as soon as the game starts, if they are playing, they are one of the first ones to get hammered on upon.
Yeah,
which is just something like, I'm not.
Yeah, easy chickens, right? They've been those small cheeselings, and they've been.
Yeah, exactly. So.
And I don't know what to say about that. It's the same thing, that's with MS Sky as well, right?
Yes,
Every single time you spot MS Sky, like, hey, that's MS Sky, let's go after them. And none of these teams are really backing off, right? They just want to fight against them because they know they are feeling themselves under the weather. And that is why I keep harping about that one big game, that one good game. That's going to change it all. Because for both these teams, either you've got to let go of your fears, either you've got to try and pull off something really amazing, or else you will have nothing to really fight for, because it's still week 1. It's still not over, done and dusted. Still a lot of things can be done better for this particular squad, and the both, as I speak, because all the other teams, the teams that were in the bottom order, they have recovered pretty well, right? Quraysh, they've had few good games. TmwEsports, that was a team that was struggling initially, has now managed to perform really well. But these few teams, even the same can be said for H2E as well, Blotter.
Oh yes, big time, definitely. Again, H2E, the performance has gone down. But you know what? In all of this, one point I wanted to add on, and again, Fixes, correct me if I'm wrong. One thing that I love in terms of the way the format has changed is that, earlier it was based on if you perform really well week after week, you will keep on rising. Now that's not the case. As soon as you move on from week 1 to week 2, the points get reset, right? If you've been part of that Livik map, so you are part of that bonus map as well as the bonus points. But apart from that, all the individual points that you were able to accumulate will go back to nil. So that means you start from a plain slate next week onwards. And that is where all the things that went wrong for the teams that we're talking about from week 1 can maybe work on towards and improve in week 2, where again, on day number 5, they will have the opportunity, the teams that to qualify in top 12, to participate on that bonus map. And that is how I do love the way the format is going to just keep on pushing these teams to be the best that they can be. If day one or week one does not work out for you, keep pushing on forth, because week two is still there, week three is still there. And that is what I'm loving about it. But let's just, for now, bring ourselves back to, of course, what is going on in the game itself, as we still do have 16 teams definitely surviving. But Qwerty, they are not wanting to stop at any point at all, taking on shots from such a far away distance. 420 boy, look at him. He's right above, about to cross the vicinity of course, BABLU as well. And there we have it. Long shots coming in from far back. And of course, he is the man who's going to be pushing on, aggressing on to completely crush the possibility of BABLU to leave this compound by themselves, as two players of Qwerty can be seen in the minimap.
I mean, the way things are going on, we've been talking about this little subtle rivalry being built up between the two biggest dogs in Pakistan, right? Team BABLU and Team Qwerty. And somehow they never fail to back off. But this time they have, looking at the bigger picture, because Qwerty, they are men on a mission, right? They want to give I8 a run on their tails. And I think that is healthy competition, right? Because I just can't get away with murder. They just can't get away with, such huge points of advantage. Someone has to try and close in the gap. And as we speak of Team TFT, they seem to have been eliminated from this game. But North Esports, another team, one of the oldest teams from Pakistan. And just barring that one chicken dinner that they got for themselves in this particular map, I think the first Miramar chicken dinner went their
the
way.
one itself, right?
Yeah, and after that, they've been pretty much invisible.
Well, again, invisibility is the essence of how North Esports can definitely, bring in the plays for themselves. Now, I'm not saying that they are not capable of bringing on those elimination points. They have been able to. Even the game that Fixes did just mention right now, they walked away with 7 to 8 elimination points, which is quite a lot, of course, along with a chicken dinner. But the one fact that works out for North Esports is the more quieter they are in the game, and then they rise up to the occasion to just completely get the chicken dinner for themselves. That is the best play that I've seen from their side. Now, that is what I anticipated from Triple Esports as well, in terms of the way that they were playing on day one and day two. But they've changed that strategy. And that has worked for them. So perhaps looking at that sort of an example right in front of us, North Esports could probably fall into that line as well. But we'll see. We'll see what change, if at all any, NES is able to bring, or if the lobby allows them to bring in that sort of a change in this lobby or not. As of now, we do have, of course, Magnus's players bringing in a lot of sprays and shots against the players of 3X. As 3X, they were being sprayed on from the rear, and they thought this compound is going to be empty. Well, that's not the case, as the bait was being definitely set up from the side of Magnus, and they have been caught. 3X players have been caught. At the same time, there is going to be Qwerty's Gravity bringing in a lot of sprays. Trollin all out in the open. A bit too much of aggression. Over-aggression is what has brought him down to his knees. But it seems like he's going to be lost to the cause, as well as 3X's players are not going to be falling back that easily. And they will definitely bring in a lot of bled and, of course, bring in those sprays. But it seems like Magnus was just a little too well equipped. Roland will be lost to the cause. But at the same time, a lot of damage from Magnus has been given away to 3X, but no point as of yet. No finish point has been converted as of yet. And now it seems like the takte palat chuke hain yahan pe, like the people call it, right? Because the entire scenario has changed over top 180 degrees against Magnus's approach, where 3X now are the ones who are going to be reigning in supreme and faster. He has nowhere to go. His teammates out in the back with Zen approach. He's trying his nades. So is the case from, of course, 3X as well. And this is turning into a chaotic one where Magnus is at the receiving end for now. But at the same time, 3X, they've lost 2 of their players. How exactly will Magnus be able to finish this fight rather, in their favor? With all 3 of them, look at them, the clustered approach, one good nade, and that could have been the end of Magnus right there.
Slowly but surely, seems like Magnus is starting to take control, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, the onus was on Magnus themselves to somehow get themselves back into the senses, which they have indeed taken 2 of their players down. Kratos did have the Tommy, but 2 players just peeking at his direction was pretty much helpless. And Miracle has to make a miraculous run for his life, because Magnus, they are hungry, they are angry. Because, of course, I mean, 3X was so adamant on just that one player that they lost sight of the others in the vicinity, as I8 and TUF. Now, this is again one of the other rivalries that we need to talk about, because every single time we see these titans collide, I8 has been, always at the winning side of things, as now H2E also in the mix. And this could be a trifecta of death. Blade lobbing that grenade over at Joker's direction. And there you go.
Lovely.
Gets that elimination, gets that wipe, but I8, no. They've got a few more finishes that they can also collect for themselves. Again, repositioning, readjusting themselves, have that little bit of a high ground cover. Let's see how they approach.
Well, again, same is the case for H2E as well. They do have all the 4 players. They are trying to rush on against that entire squad of I8. At the same time, in the feed that we can see, FS is taking on shots against BABLU as well, where Mom2 was able to destructively bring down, of course, players. And look at that. Zebian, the only player surviving from the side of BABLU, and 3 of his teammates are down on their knees. Now, he needs to get that revival. At the same time, we can see in the next 20 seconds, the zone is going to be catching up to them. This is going to be the 5th zone, so he better hurry up. At the same time, in the top right-hand side of the minimap, we can see that there is another team in the vicinity. So now BABLU, they are going to have to quickly get that raise back up. At the same time, I8, they are just slowly going to keep a keen eye out towards the angle that they know nades were being lobbed on from. And now it's going to be Team Star. And just like that, you spot within 2 seconds the spray is brought on. The 4th second, the player goes down. 5th second, the point should have been drawn towards Ozum's side, but that again, he's going to be patiently waiting for, because now he's moved on from one fight to the next as he spotted H2E making that rotation from the blues.
Oh yeah, indeed he has. But for now, I mean, it's going to be interesting, because Quantum Rage have tried to close in the gap on the players of T20 Qwerty. Now Spark, he has to be aware of the fact that Quraysh Esports is right behind them. And for Team Star, I mean, the previous game, we thought that it was their circle, it was their game, but this time around, Star's miracle, in fact, to be the one getting the better out of JD, but could not really handle Tarzan, as he has his head pop. Never peek from the same angle. I think he certainly has learnt it the hard way, but Usama still being relentless with that grenade, lobs one over and does some decent amount of damage. Eventually will succeed the second time, as they've not only managed to get the knock but also secured that elimination. And I really love this kind of a setup coming in from Star. 2 players on the higher ground applying that pressure, 2 players are right in front, and H2E trying to make a run for their life, but Usama could just spray at their direction, taking some massive amount of damage, just blowing this vehicle up. And H2E, they are in tatters.
They've definitely lost it. They've lost that fight. There's no way they could have been able to. I mean, even if they went back, it was the blues waiting up for them. Their health was already down to almost a sliver of HP. Along with that, now it seems like North Esports is getting over aggressive. That too against the players of I8. They seem to have found their way into the zone. At the edge of the zone is where North Esports is. The players' advantage working in their favor. 4 players still standing, but I8 only a 3-man army from their side. But again, it is a long stretched out fight between those 2 teams. At the same point of time, we are reaching the 19-minute marker. I8's Blade taking on shots against BABLU, Zebian, and Zebian, we saw earlier, 3 of his teammates were already down, catching up to the blues. It seems like the Teen Wolf was the man who was able to just get that revival from the final player of BABLU, but of course not for long, because I8 just put a full stop to that, thus leaving us with 11 teams. As of now on our screens, we can see TMW's players going to try and get themselves surviving for just a little bit longer, but as soon as they climb up that mountain, T20 Qwerty's 420 is going to be waiting right there as well. So a very chaotic game is what this has turned out to be, but the way the zone has pushed itself away from all of these fights that we're looking at on our screens, we do have the players of Quraysh looking comfortable, Quantum Rage looking very comfortable in towards the zone.
Oh yeah, for now, I mean, at least inside the circle, because this game of Miramar has been action-packed right from the very start. Now,
True.
North Esports is, well, Ness, we've got to see what he's got to offer. His squad QB has managed to take down Ghost. Blade might fall down, but no, that's not going to happen. Otherwise, he gets that head for himself, so the trade's really coming in handy. But Team I8, they need to understand that they have to get inside the circle somehow, as, Quantum Rage has such a good control of the zone. The way their players are split
True.
up, I think this could be a chicken dinner in the making for these lads.
It definitely is a possibility for sure because of the way they've been able to control that zone, as you perfectly mentioned. And also, all the other teams that we are looking at are at the edge of the zone, or rather, not even at the edge. They are trying to make their way towards the zone itself. And that is where the advantage can be going in the team's favor. But at the same point of time, as soon as these teams start making those rotations, and there we have it, Magnus Esports, the two-man army from the side of this team, Finisher and Zen, their compound is being pushed on upon from the side of none other than North Esports themselves. Now, talking about Nest, they are going to need this compound for themselves. They've got a three-man army as of now, and well, it is going to be a very tricky position because I8 is all over the place. Whichever fight you talk about, you look at the kill feed and they're always there, bringing in shots, bringing in sprays, bringing in points, and 5 defeats is what they've been able to accumulate. But multiply that by 2 at least is the amount of damage that they've been able to get in this Miramar game.
Oh yeah. Now at this point, I8, they seem to stop at nothing at all, but Zen just being pushed over by the players of North Esports. Roshan, but Finisher not at the best position, needs to patch himself up. I do not know if he's gonna make it alive, and the same can be said for Malik as well. The lonesome survivor from his squad. Roshan still does not want to go away without putting up a fight. I8 have lost out on IQ, but that's still not gonna hinder them from trying to get a few more finishes to their name. But losing out on Blade, this might be a massive blow, because he needs to get that res back up. Things are starting to really heat up over here as 52 Esports. They're being ambushed. In fact, the only player has been surrounded from all possible directions by the players of Star. It is all about life and death for Pharaoh. He needs to put the best and has 7 first aids to work out with. And we haven't really seen a lot of healing battles in Miramar. But if it comes down to that, I'm open to the possibilities.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, for 52 Esports, whatever works is the strategy, and that is where he is definitely going to be utilizing those 7 first stages for himself. But at the same time, making this much a noise against the 3-man army from the side of course, Team Star is probably not the best thing you could have done, and that in turn is going to result in a nade in your face, mate. And it seems like that definitely will be bringing in a lot of damage. And of course, as we can see, just a 20% HP, he's definitely going to be able to get that first aid. But thankfully, Team Star will be putting him down, will definitely be putting him out of his misery by just eliminating him and getting that point for themselves. 5 teams do remain, 9 defeats confirmed for the side of I8. At the same point of time, it is looking like the team of Quantum Rage, there is no one who can stop them, because it is going to be I8 getting eliminated as well. So we're left with 3 teams, Quantum Rage, Quraysh Esports, as well as Team Star.
And now,
nobody anticipated. Nobody predicted this.
Nobody really thought of it. But Quraysh, back-to-back really good performances, right?
Wow.
This is where they're pushing themselves through. And Quantum Rage, this has to be their game. They started off with a shebang. And we thought, they might have been gassed out. But no, in Miramar, they come in hot and mighty, have the best possible spot in the circle. And all they need to do is just deliver. All they need to do is find the right openings, and could have over there, but eventually he just backed off. But for now, Quantum Rage, let's see what they're up to. I mean, at this point, it's kind of not really in their favor if they need to be the ones pushing it out, right? They need to let Star and Quraysh fight it out amongst themselves. But hey,
will they?
They are getting impatient, Blakshay.
Yep.
They're just going
Exactly.
after them one after the other.
That's what I was looking at on the minimap as well, right? The team in yellow, there's going to be Quantum Rage. They're just rushing on through. They do not want to be able to stop. They definitely want to push on through to take on those shots and take on those elimination points for themselves. And from one side, they've just completely pushed on against the players of course, Quraysh. And Quraysh, they are going down like flies one by one. At the same point of time, for Team Star, well, they're just a 2-man squad. And on the backlines, we can see a flank angle has been created from Quantum Rage's player senior as well. So a very perfect bottleneck situation against these 2 teams of Quantum Rage has been able to put themselves up above, where there is no way that Quraysh or Team Star can walk out.
That hurts.
It does. They've been surrounded and there is no way they can run.
Alright, and there you go. The push comes in. Jaguar just being spotted out. Quantum Rage just abominate them, and now they know. Only one team remains standing in there with 15 finishes is what they've collected. And there you go. Senior's gone all berserk, getting that triple knock onto it. Star, they're starting to panic. They're starting to be scared because they know what's coming their way. And there you go. Sultana has been put an end to. But where's the final player? There is still in pursuit for him. Firing at every possible direction, but Miracle, he's hiding right in that under that window over there, has managed to secure that one knock, but now 3 march in at his direction. They need to push in tandem. Miracle still putting a beautiful stronghold, but not strong enough to stop the wrath of Quantum Rage as they get a beautiful chicken dinner. And hey, Lakshay, we've got a battle for the top 2 going on. It is Qwerty, it is Quantum Rage, back and forth. I'm loving this, baby.
Absolutely, definitely am, because again, the way Quantum Rage were able to dictate that fight, right? They dictated it through and through. Even though they had 2 teams in front of them, they were like, no way are you going to be given that possibility that you think you're going to be able to run us out, you're going to be able to walk out of this situation. We are going to hunt you down, and that's exactly the kind of rage that is needed on the map of Miramar. That was showcased from the side of Quantum Rage with 17 elimination points along with Chicken Dinner, second position jump with what, 32 points for themselves. Yowzers, this is perfect Pakistan lobby that we anticipated. And again, from the start till the end, so many fights. From the first 2 minutes itself, we had TmW and all the other fights that took place. Quite a saga this is turning out to be. From this first week itself, no idea what to anticipate as days progress on. But what we do know is that for now, we're going to go on a short little break, after which, of course, we'll bring in the details for this game as well as update you with match number 3. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the Pakistan region fall split 2022. That is where we are at. This is day number 4, week 1. Just week 1, and week 1 has not even come to an end. And what a perfect start to any league that I could have anticipated is right here, because after all, this region is known for their domination, and that is what they bring into the table as well. Every single game that we jump in from one to the next, every time you know for a fact that you are in for a treat, and that is exactly what was showcased this time around from the side of Quantum Rage on this map of Miramar, where in fact it was a miraculous play from them, because it was 17 elimination points along with, of course, the chicken dinner that was theirs for the taken. A perfect game for Quantum Rage, but at the same time, we are yet to find out who the MVP is going to be, because I had also had a decent play. I had a decent amount of elimination points as well for themselves. But again, you cannot compare that to 17 elimination points, 17 finish points. That is quite a chunk. But we'll have to see from the side of Quantum Rage who will be the one walking away with that MVP. At the same time, Team Star, with just a 2-man squad, Miracle was the final player. He tried his level best, but was just not. He brought down Goku, but still was not able to get that point for himself. And well, there we have it. You talk about Quantum Rage, Goku's name comes up, and Goku is the man walking away with 6 eliminations for himself, along with that, of course, being the MVP of this game. So a perfect play was showcased from the side of this team of Quantum Rage, and that's, again, a big thanks to the side of course, Quantum Rage as well.
Well, certainly, Quantum Rage, they have been performing phenomenally well since day number 3 specifically, and Goku is the guy who has been dishing out a lot of damage, 1000 plus damage. I think this is one of the highest stats, if I'm not wrong, but 6 elimination coming to his name. That means 6 defeat points also to his team. And Quraysh Esports, they were in the bottom, if I remember correctly, Blotter, on day number 1, so they need all those points, and the way they are climbing the ladder, I think they are doing it to the perfection.
They definitely are. I mean, honestly, both of them. I would say Quraysh Esports in the previous game were second. This time around, they were third. So, very consistent play being showcased from their side. Quantum range as well. As you perfectly mentioned, right? On day one, both the teams were looking a little lackluster. They were not able to get the points for themselves, but move on to just 3 days later, day 4. And this is the performance they bring to the table, taking down big names like i8 as well. As we are looking at the top players, we do have i8's Blade right there with 6 eliminations confirmed for himself with 636 damage, and then comes in, of course, once again Quantum Rage's player Senior along with his teammate Tuntunatan, and then comes in Magnus's Zen for that 5th spot right there with 4 eliminations of his own.
Well, certainly 4 eliminations, 4 defeat points are something you look for, but now talking about the match summary, so let's have a look at the summary of this particular match of Miramar. The guy with the highest elimination is going to be definitely Goku from the side of Quantum Rage, and the highest damage is also from him only, but the highest assists are coming from Usama with 4 assists, and the longest distance is coming from Quantum Rage Tanatantan over there, that is going to be 371.
Absolutely, and that is where we move on from the match summary towards the match ranking itself. We know who walked away with that chicken dinner. That was none other than Quantum Rage with 17 elimination points along with 15 for the chicken dinner. That goes in their favor. But along with that, as we move towards the second team, that will be Team Star, I believe. Yep, there we have it on the second rank with, of course, 12 placing points, 7 eliminations of their own, followed in with i8 with 9 eliminations, and then comes in Quraysh. So a decent outing for i8, of course, because you know what, a decent outing for them is still 15 points. They already have so many points for themselves. At the same point of time, TUF not having a good start, not having a good game right here on the map of Miramar. T20 Qwerty not able to convert decent points. BABLU sadly were lost to the cause right there, as 3 of their players were lost and only Zaman was left. So a lot of things that went wrong as well in this map, but again, a lot of things that went right for only a few select teams that we see in the top 4.
Really, but talking about Team BABLU, like you mentioned, they were not up to the mark in this particular game. They have been having their ups and downs, but every single time they find themselves in top 5 or top 6 position. So kind of a consistency is coming in a way. I won't say a direct consistency is coming. In a way, they are consistent despite having the bad games they function in one of the game, either in the placement points or the elimination points, because from day 1, they've been getting at least 30 points per day. Day number 1 also, they were having good points in their hands. Day number 2 also, they had close to 30 points. This time also day 3, 41 points. I think they are doing everything good.
They definitely are. But you know what, for now, the entire fight is about being a part of the top 12. You participate in the top 12, you walk towards the Livik map, and then get away with decent points. Participate with those points in the grand finals, and that is the boost that you need. All of these other points are just based on, well, how the games are going, how the battleground is being played out and phased out for these teams in week 1 compared to week 2, and then moving on to week 3. But all in all, again, it'll all boil down to who participates on that map on Livik and what teams are going to be the ones that will lead and reign in supreme as they jump themselves towards the grand finals.
Well, certainly, and Quantum Rage is definitely one of the team that is trying to go up the ladder. The way they have been performing since yesterday, doing a third party, they are coming out of the blue suddenly, especially in the map of Miramar. Yesterday also, it was Miramar when they dominated the lobby and came with the winner chicken dinner and good elimination points. This time also, they are kind of having a very good performance in the map of Miramar. So I think they are looking very good right now.
Absolutely. As we move towards the damage graph itself this time around, once again, it is going to be favoring one team, and that is going to be Quantum Rage with 2,487 damage that they were able to dish out with 17 elimination points of their own. And then following them is going to be, well, i8 right there with 1,800 plus damage off their side. As we move towards the bottom half of this leaderboard, we do, of course, see teams like TmW were part of fights, but sadly not able to get decent conversion. Same is the case for H2E. But apart from all of this, what is the storyboard going to be dictating? Well, we know for a fact i8 is still leading the charge. 245 points is what they've got. Yeah, that team can play on their own, it doesn't matter. But on the other front, we do have a big fight taking place between that second and third position. In fact, the fourth as well, because third and fourth as well, because you've got Quantum Rage with just 1 point difference sitting on the second position compared to the third one. That's going to be Magnus Esports with 152 points.
Well, certainly 152 points. But talking Team Qwerty, they have taken a little downfall in the standings. They are standing in the fourth position with 150 points. There is not much difference in terms of points between Quantum Rage and Qwerty. It's a matter of only 3 points. But TUF, they need to buck up if they want to win the top four position, because right now they are in the fifth position with a major difference in the points with 137 points.
Absolutely. They are pretty much in a bit of a grace line that they've created of their own, right? Right below them is going to be 111. Right above them is still going to be a margin that they are trying to cross. So for now, this upcoming game, yeah, they have that sort of a bandwagon. But later on, it is going to get that much more difficult. But overall, we've already spoken about it, that top 12 teams is what these... what this overall ranking is going to be focusing on for tomorrow's Livik map. As of now, we do have 52 Esports reigning on supreme with 53 points that they've been able to accumulate, and one position jump from the 19th. Same, of course, is going to be anticipated from all these teams that are sitting on the second page. But with that, let's have a look at the schedule, where we are going to be moving towards match number 3 of the day. And for that, we will be going back to the known map of Erangel.
And Group C will be the one that will be sitting out. That means I8 Esports, Quantum Rage, Faulty Devils and Quraysh Esports will be sitting out this one. And after that, again, we are having Erangel. And then in the end, we will be having Sanhok, where Group A will be sitting out. So this means the OG map. What do you think? Which team is going to get it blotted this time?
Well, again, Group C is not performing. Or rather, I should say I8 is not performing. That is a big boon and a boost to all the teams that are in the lobby, right? 245 points, not going to be going any more higher, at least from this game. So that definitely is going to be a big climb and a momentous boost that these teams are going to try and capitalize upon. At the same time, we saw when it comes down to that second, third and fourth position, there's quite a fight taking place. Quantum Rage is right there, TUF is right there, Magnus is right there. But in all, I would want to see on the map of Erangel this time around either freestyle. No, Actually, I'm going to go with TUF once again. I'm going to go with TUF, and I do want to be able to see TUF on the map of Erangel get their numbers up. But let's see if they'll be allowed to do so or not, because Magnus is going to be right around because I8 is not there.
Well, I8 is not there. That is making things very easy. In fact, the other team that is dominating the lobby, Quantum Rage, they are also sitting out. That means things are pretty easy. But the team I want to get a chicken dinner in this map is TmW. Because the performance they are showcasing as compared to day one, there is stark difference in their performance. Day number 1, only 8 points. And each day their points are increasing. Day 2, 32 points. And day 2, number 3, more than 40 points in their hand. So I think they are looking for it. So they can get it. They are showing that they have the capability and they can do it.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed that TmW is able to capitalize on that. It all boils down to the zone itself, what I've noticed, right? And where the zone is, if TmW is around the vicinity, then they definitely do have the capability and caliber to be able to cut the game into a chicken dinner for themselves. But if the zone is going to be moving around a bit too much, like we've seen on the map of Erangel, it jumps down south, quickly changes towards a northern approach, and then shifts towards a completely different angle altogether. That is where a lot of chaos is showcased on the map of Erangel. But again, we'll all boil it down to may the best team win. May the team that is able to read their opponents and of course read the zone and the rotation early on is going to be the team that should be able to get this chicken dinner right now. But overall, again, a very important game for these teams, because again, tomorrow we are looking at the 6th game that will be played, and that 6th game will be a Livik map itself. Now, that Livik map, as we've been talking about it, viewers, changed based on the new change in format, is very, very crucial for these teams to participate in, and only top 12 teams will be moving in for that Livik map. That means till the 5th game tomorrow, all of these teams still have an opportunity to grind it out and be a part of that top 12. And that, again, the point difference isn't that much. So I'd rather want to focus, keeping the prediction aside, I'd rather want to focus what the teams on the latter half of the leaderboard do, right? And how they're able to convert this game for themselves. With that, the flight path will be on our screens. Shadow.
And the flight path this time again is favoring all the teams, because it is bisecting the map in the 2 halves, going all the way from Pochinki towards the side of military base. That means if you want to drop towards shooting range, Georgopol, Mansion. Okay, Lipovka is still debatable. You have to glide a little more if you want to go towards the side of Lipovka, but all the other drop locations are easily glidable. You can para drop anytime. But Team BABLU, this time again a change of drop is coming in from their side as well, and so many teams are dropping towards the northern island, towards the side of shooting range. And talking about the team that likes to go towards the military base island, that is I8 Esports. Since I8 is out of the equation, the group is sitting out. So let's see which team is going to capitalize on that information. Because last time one of the team of No Repro was sitting out. Two teams had a drop location clash. So this time there is a possibility if the teams are going to be careful. Otherwise, maybe two teams might have the same idea of dropping in the military base island and face a drop location clash. And I think this time it is MS Sky that is heading towards military base. No, they are going towards the side of Noor Roy. In fact, T20 Esports, this is also one of the team that is having a very good performance since day number 1, and this time they are heading towards the side of Milta. And looking at the map right now, majority of the teams are somewhere on the western side of the map or towards the northern side. That means rotations are going to be pretty easy in this kind of a circle for the players of Team Qwerty who are in Milta. One of the player is still out there in the open, and he'll be scouting the area or maybe grabbing few vehicles. But talking about Magnus Esports, well, this is also one of the team that impressed everyone with the performance, especially on day number 2. The way they took a jump, got maximum points, I think 75 points on day number 2, and they have taken a huge jump in the overall standings. But day number 3 was not so in their favor, although they got few good points in their hands, but still, as compared to day number 2, their performance kind of declined in day number 3. But right now, in the close proximity, they are sharing the the area with the players of Team 3X Esports as well. And 3X Esports is one of the teams that is also showcasing a very good performance, because on day number 1, if I remember correctly, 3X Esports did a good performance. Day number 2, they had a slight decline in the performance. They got half of the points as compared to day number 1. Day number 3, they tried to do a comeback, but placement points were something they were lacking.
Absolutely. But you know what? One best thing that I love about 3X Esports is the fact that they just do not accept defeat. You know, Miracle is one of those lads who's always there by the end, always working towards, if nothing else, those elimination points or those placement points, even if he's left by just himself, by just a one-man squad. 3X Esports just do not accept defeat. Last season, they came in last, but this time around, they definitely are deterred to not perform like that. And that is clearly being showcased as well. You know, the way that they are performing right now, definitely by the end of these 3 weeks, before we move into the grand finals, there is a big chance that we will be able to see 3X Esports right there in the grand finals as well. But moving that away from 3X's side to North Esports. Now, North Esports' play is I'm expecting to improve a little in terms of the amount of points that they've been able to rack up. Again, yes, this is a bit of a harsh statement to make, but it is just day number 4. So considering day number 4, one team walking away with 170 points, and then another team not able to accumulate decent points with the same number of games that they've played, yeah, that stark difference needs to be pointed out during the stream, and that is something that North Esports hopefully will be able to capitalize. If not in week 1, then definitely certainly in week 2, because we've seen the capability and caliber that NES have.
North Esports, they showcased a very good performance, especially by getting a chicken dinner on day number 1 itself. But after that, they failed to survive, I'll say, because survival points, elimination points, they were lacking. True. And everything from coming from day number 2 and day number 3 as well. The misery continued. Although they showcased few good performance by eliminating multiple squads. I remember one of the game of Miramar, they got 8 elimination points. They eliminated 2 squads, and they were the third one to be taken out from the lobby. Placement points was something they were struggling with, especially on day number 3. Let's see if they can turn things around like Freestyle did, because Freestyle was also struggling on one of the day, but the way they turn things around in the favor, the way they are showcasing better performance, well, they are right in the I think top 10 position right now.
Indeed, for FS, things are looking good. Things are looking way up, but we also have to keep in mind that tomorrow is another day. Right, and all the teams now, again, you talk about the point difference from the first page. Yes, there is stark difference from the first to the third itself. But on the second page, where the top 12 do matter, we're talking about point difference being of 1 or 2, and that's it. So, yes, for now, FS looking comfortable in the top 12. But at the same point in time, if they do not keep the same performance up for tomorrow's games as well, then it is going to be difficult. Because we've been saying it again and again, viewers, it is all focused on the teams, the top 12 teams that will be participating in the Livik map, the additional map that will be played tomorrow. They will participate in those bonus points, and those bonus points will help them give them a boost as they move in towards the grand finals itself. So for now, that is going to be critical for the teams to work towards, and that is where FS, well, they're looking comfortable for now. At the same point in time, there are a few teams who are let's talk a little bit about the Grounders, for example. Shadow. Now, Grounders, we've seen miraculous plays from Shaptar and in the previous leagues as well, but this time around TG is not up to the mark, is not up to what we expected them to be at least on day number 4.
Well, I think it was day number 2 when they started struggling, because they got only 10 points in day number 2. They were picking up so many bad fights, because day 1 was definitely in the favor of the players of Team Grounders. Day 3 was also kind of better as compared to day number 2. Day number 2 was exactly where they lost their momentum, but now maybe they can start looking better in the overall standings, as day number 3 was in their favor this time. Let's see, the position is also, for now, they're keeping themselves so far away from all that traffic or congestion right in around the center of the circle. They are somewhere in Ferry. As long as they are careful, they are not crossing paths with the players of Team FS, I think they can make it safely inside the circle as well.
Hopefully, again, that is the position that we've seen TG, the Grounders, drop down towards, which is going to be towards Ferry Pier and then down south, and they stick to the docks area, and that is where they find it most comfortable for themselves. But at the same time, now it's high time, in fact, to start converting those into points. Same is the case for Metershot Sky as well. They need to start utilizing this drop location of theirs towards Novo to make it into point contributing drop location for themselves. All right, you drop down, you get the loot, all perfect. There is majority of the times no team that is bringing in any problem towards the players of course, Metershot, towards their drop at least. No contestation at all. But it seems like North Esports, as we were talking about it earlier, the rotation is where they've been caught, and it is going to be a bit of a tricky run for them, as they are going to lose out on one of their players. North Esports left with just a 3-man squad, and with that, R3D Esports being the team that will bring us the first blood in this scenario of this Erangel game, which is of course going to be very crucial for them. But at the same time, they've made some noise, and right above them on that hill, on that mountain, is going to be 3x Esports, quietly but patiently waiting for R3D to make any change from this compound towards the other, and 3x, I'm sure, are going to be spraying them with the leads. But for now, again, R3D's position is comfortable. They are pretty much in the center of the zone. So for now, they're going to be just keeping their keen eye out towards, or rather ears out towards, whatever team is going to be rotating from across this area.
And that one of the team that could be 3x, the players of 3x, because 3x right now, they have a little bit of the height advantage as well. They can get an information, but the way R3D are looking in all the 4 directions, I think they can pretty easily spot down the players. As long as they are maintaining that hard cover for themselves, R3D needs to be a bit careful, because like you also mentioned, they are somewhere in the center position. That is where most of the teams are trying to hold on to the position as well. But not Esports, well, a smart move. Right now, they are holding the apartments nearby the school area, and they're also sharing the adjacent compounds with the players of Team TmW. TmW is also one of the team that is showcasing a very good improvement as compared to day number 1. So let's see how things are going to pan out. But right now, R3D, I'm worried about them, because 3x is in close proximity. TUF is also making their move from the close area. So R3D better stay inside the compound.
They definitely have to. And in just another 40 seconds, we are going to see another shift coming in from the zone as well. Now, Team Qwerty, they are making their presence felt around the farm region, and now from that area, they're going to be moving in towards the center of the zone. At the same point in time, Magnus is faster, is going to be taking on those sprays as well. But at the same point in time, in all of this entire conversation, we're only lost with 2 players. 2 players, that's it. 62 players still survive. All 16 players still standing true. The Grounders are the ones who are at the receiving end from the side of Magnus's players, and in doing so, it is going to be Jalsa who will go down from the side of Grounders. Grounders are left with just a 2-man squad as of now, as 2 of those finish points have been awarded to Magnus Esports as they made that rotation. And hold that thought, it could very well convert into 3 and 4 because they are on the hunt of Evil Boy along with his teammate. And it seems like Evil Boy's perfect turn of events is going to allow him, for at least this moment, to get away towards Pochinki Church. And it seems like Magnus's draw is going to be falling back as well. Very good decision from his side because you do not know what that area has to offer. Pochinki is a pretty big area, and right up top we did see Magnus's players holding on steady as well. At the same time, we move on from that fight towards another one where Triple Esports' players, Hunter is once again out on the hunt and taking on shots against Wolves and actually will be able to eliminate him as well. So T20 Qwerty down to a 3-man army as well. Now this is what Triple Esports do. They completely come out from the below without any idea of the of where the opponent is going to be, and once they do spot that opponent, they completely open fire and let it loose, and that is how they're able to accumulate a lot of points till now. But now T20 Qwerty, they are at the back foot a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit. They're still 3-man squad. But losing out on Voltrux is going to definitely hamper in terms of the aggressive stance that we've seen from the side of Team T20 Qwerty as well.
Agree, because Voltruk is the guy that kind of give the opening to the players of Team Qwerty. He's always the one that is taking all the 4 corners, brings an opening, gets a first knockdown onto the opponent, and with him not being in the lobby, that is definitely going to hamper the performance of the players of Team Qwerty. But I think the way they are running high on the confidence, I think they can still do a very good, they can still bring up a very good performance on the table. But right now, the team that is out there in the open, nearby the hill area of the school and apartments, are going to the players of Team TUF. Well, TUF, they were on the second position on day number 1. After that, they have seen a little downfall in the performance, but nothing to complain. But because from the second position, they have gone down to the third position only, so there is nothing to complain about. But that kind of a dominating performance we wanted to see from them, that is kind of missing. But on the other side, Magnus is the team that is starting things off onto the players of Team Freestyle as Black hits the ground, and thanks to finisher, let's see if Finish can get a finish point, defeat point as well. But Montu and Malik are going to retaliate. Malik, his crosses are right onto Drawlin, who is making a move with his vehicle. But let's see if Black can be revived. Smokes have already been deployed, and Montu needs to find a better position or the opposite ridge because other teams are also in the close proximity, specifically 52 Esports.
Well, by 52 Esports, I was just about to mention them because the zone has moved on away from this, and that change of pace from the side of the zone is definitely favoring 52 Esports' player. But on our screen, it is a complete kerfuffle being showcased between FS against Magnus because that smoke wall that's been created is definitely helping out for a little bit longer for Freestyle's players to be able to survive. But Magnus is out on the hunt, and doing so is resulting in FS's players going down one by one. 5 defeats confirmed, and just like that, all 4 players still do stand for Magnus, and FS is lost to the cause, where they are left with no player in this lobby. The first team to get eliminated, that too sadly with 0 points for themselves. So 55 players still do remain, but at the same point in time, we are looking at the third zone where a chaotic rotation now needs to be brought in from a lot of these teams. We're looking at R3D as of now as they try. Hawk, of course, is going to try and get the revive on his teammate Destroyer, but from far, far away. Triple Esports, Psycho is ready. He's equipped with that 4x. Anubis is what he's been able to spot out, but Anubis does not have any chance to be able to run away. What exactly is Psycho up to? He could have been able to spray that player down, but it seems like Anubis will live to fight another day as his teammate comes to the rescue, and R3D will be able to keep all 4 players, at least for now, still standing against this 3-man approach from Triple Esports.
Just because they're out there in the promotion, the one team that is in the best position and keep themselves all the action is of Team BABLU. They're holding on to position on the northern side of Yas when Teen Wolf is out there in the somewhat in the open field inside of Yas. Be that in there to bring his team.
Absolutely, Shadow. This is what the trouble is. This is exactly what the trouble is. As we can see on the map, of course, we do have so many of these teams jumping in towards the entire zone itself. Now, as we saw earlier as well, 15 teams are still surviving, 55 players in total. And that in turn, in small region like that, small zone like that, which itself is going to be, of course, shifting, or if nothing else, going to be constricting itself a little bit more, it is going to be a chaotic mess for a lot of these teams. Now, 50 Esports, we were talking about it. They have a chance, but can they deliver? At the same point of time, we still do have some really big names that still do stand a chance to be able to get this chicken dinner for themselves on game number 3 of the day. With that zone closing right about now, and this is where the zone takes a curveball towards the grounders. All right, the grounders are looking comfortable as of now. Now, TG, the team of the grounders, they are left with just a 2-man army. All they got to do is just patiently wait. Just patiently keep holding on to the compound that they've got in their favor, and that in turn could very well result, if nothing else, walking away with decent amount of placement points and maybe take on some cheeky elimination points here and there as well. From the up north, we are looking at BABLU as well as TUF. Same strategy from both these teams, as we can clearly see. 2-man split coming in from BABLU as well as TUF. Thor and Joker on the back line. Same is the case for BABLU, as there we do have Zebian and Pan on the other front. On the front, we do have Teen Wolf alongside BABLU's players, and then from, of course, TUF, we have Edgar. So same strategy is being brought on, and from the same direction. Let's see between those two teams which one will be able to push on forth. For now, though, as we look at these sprays brought on from the side of R3D Esports, they are not stopping for anything. They want to be able to pincer down the positioning of course, Red side, but will they be allowed? Because, of course, those sprays are being brought on along. But little do they know that that compound is taking on all those lead and not giving any damage to their opponents. On the other front, that is probably not the case for, of course, North Esports, because North Esports, they're taking on those shots and they're taking on those sprays, but sadly, they themselves are also being spotted as well, as we do have Maxi on the other side from North Esports taking on shots. His teammate on the back angle in the same compound are being damaged from 3x Esports. They need his cover, and there you have it. He's jumped in along a bit too late. A very lackluster effort being showcased from the side of North Esports, where two players are taking on shots against 3x, and on the other side, Maxi's taking on shots against a completely different team altogether itself. Now, that perfect result played is going to be bringing down Miracle and also bringing a lot of damage towards his own teammate. That's going to be Erangel OP. But at the same time, will this be enough for North Esports to be able to capitalize upon? Because Maxi, as well as his teammate, are still surviving, and they will be able to push 3x back to their dungeon as of now, as we do see 3x's players also jumping back along. With that, what do we have over here? Another team getting eliminated on that, of course, 15th position as of now, and that's going to be the side of course, Qwerty, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, T20 Qwerty is the team that went to the cause, and now we're left with just 48 players. But in all, North Esports, their troubles are not yet done. They were able to get that revival done for themselves, and now it's, of course, up to H2E. So everybody, it seems like, is just magneted towards this exact same compound that is in North Esports' favor. Of course, the zone is such that there are only a few little compounds that these teams have the possibility to be able to, of course, get for themselves. And for that, North Esports' players have it all, and they are now trying to deter H2E from taking those shots. From the backlines, of course, there will be more teams, but for now, Erangel OP has been able to just sustain himself, of course, along with that. H2E, what are you doing? One by one, if you're going to be jumping along. Kian was left all by his lonesome. Now come in Jaydeep and Tarzan, but let's see again. The numbers advantage is not in favor of H2E, but at the same time, the utilities and everything, if they've got enough, yep, there we have it. If the utilities are played to perfection, NES have nothing that they can do. But at the same time, Maxi is still part of this entire fight, but he's going to be able to do much, because he's already taken so much damage. He's this team of NES. Maxi has taken 2 individual teams till now, and now finally to the third team, they do fall down. H2E's compound for the taken, but at the same time, the zone is going to be rotating. The zone is going to be shifting, and that in turn will mean that H2E, all that fight insulting you, were awarded that compound, but it seems like that will be taken away from you, and that exactly is what the case is, as the zone move northern towards TUF, BABLU, as well as Team Star. And Team Star find themselves in the center of the zone. As of now, we do have on our screens TUF against the players of BABLU. We saw this earlier. We spoke about this earlier. From the northern side, both these teams were making the exact same rotation. 2-man split coming in from both of these teams. But it seems like now there's only going to be one that will be able to push through in towards the center of the zone. With that, we've got Triple Esports also getting eliminated. 11 teams do remain, 37 players in total. And of course, with all of that, the momentum is going to be in favor of Magnus, as we can see towards the right hand side. 8 elimination points already confirmed. 4 players all still do stand, and there is nothing stopping them taking this game for themselves. But hey, maybe I said that a bit too soon, because it seems like BABLU, they're at the receiving end. Teen Wolf has gone down, Zibian has gone down, all down to Pan, and TUF, they're on the run. They are on the hunt. Thor as well as Edgar, they're pushing themselves through the smoke, and that perfectly set up smoke from the side of Pan is going to be able to bring in just a little bit more seconds or minutes for them to be able to survive. But which team will be able to stand true and tall right here? Which team is going to be able to jump themselves into the zone itself? It seems like BABLU once again, they're taking on a lot of shots. The flank angle was covered from PKOP, but will that be enough? Because TUF, they have the numbers advantage and they have all 4 players. Well, correction, 3 players still standing. Thor has gone down, but of course his teammates are right around the vicinity to give that cover fire. At the same time, this fight has extended a bit too much. Thor, you need to, TUF, you need to just put a stop to this. And of course, along with all of that, another question that brings up is, what are the other teams doing? Do they not see what PKOP is up to? I mean, Team BABLU's PKOP is all by his lonesome, and there is nobody. All right, finally, Edgar, you listen and you jump it along. It's a 1v1 between these 2 teams, and these 2 players. This is the final player, PKOP from BABLU, who will be eliminated, thus leaving TUF, the one that will be making their rotation from the northern side. And all of that, and yet they still do have, I believe, 3 players still standing from the side of TUF. But at the same time, now we're left with 9 teams surviving.
9 teams, and Team Magnus is also still surviving with all the 4+ and 9 defeat points already in their hands. They are looking very strong. On the other side, Metershot Sky, they have got 6 defeat points. They just eliminated Hawk from the side of R3D, but Healthy has no idea where is the second player of R3D. But somewhere else, 52 pharaoh has been eliminated by Sultan, and with that 52 bits bye-bye at 9th position. But Magnus Esports, the way they are, these guys are playing 9 defeat points already in their hands, and R3D, the last player that was hiding, he has also bit it bye-bye. That means a early elimination for the players of Team R3D, but Team Star holding on to that little dips and are inside the center position. They are in a 2v2 split. 2 of the players are watching the backlines. They're watching the players of Team Magnus. If Magnus decides to lob few good grenades, it's a battle of grenades. Which team is going to lob the perfect precise grenade onto each other? They are going to come out as a winner. But right now in the center, both these teams, Magnus and Star, are fighting out. But Magnus, they can be third parties because in the backlines they have the players of Team Grounders as well. But somewhere else, Khatir of Metershot Sky has also been taken down.
Oh wow, what a turn of events this Erangel has been, because after all, it is Magnus who definitely reign and supreme with the center of the zone. Even though Team Star were in favor of it, it seems like Magnus is going to be stealing that away from the side of that team. H2E out of the blue with 7 elimination points to their name. 3 players still to stand. Tarzan, Jaydeep and Kian. They are still surviving by themselves. A 3-mana push from the side of this team has definitely resulted in a really good game from the side of H2E, because 7 elimination points, well, that is a really good game. And along with that, 6 teams do remain. So the placement points are also going to be in favor of H2E. And look at that. From the back angle, Tarzan going to be bouncing on towards the players of Team Star. And that smoke that's been created from Miracle, that could be the thing that Tarzan was waiting for. At the same point of time, we still do have R3G's players surviving as well. Now, R3G's players, they are in a split, but at the same time, that split could bring in a lot of damage to Team Star as well as Magnus, because Magnus is stuck in a dip, and Sultan will utilize all of that advantageously to himself and his team. But it seems like Magnus, well, they are looking A-okay for now, but for how long again? Because there are only that many smokes that can be dropped in right there, and Sultan, he's just not over-aggressing, because as soon as he does, there are other teams prone on. We've got TUF, we've got R3G, who are going to be easily able to spot Sultan down and take him down at the same point in time as well. Now, Team Star, they have it all perfectly set up, but little do they know, right, towards the end side, towards the bottom right now on the camera, H2E is waiting to pounce on upon them, as we saw Tarzan from that compound.
The way Team Star players are holding on to the dip area, that is absolutely beautiful. But right now, Qwerty is going to chime in, as they are going to eliminate few of the players of Team TUF. On the other side, Regicide also has been eliminated at 5th position. But TUF, Edgar is the last man standing, and a little ray of hope from his team. But H2E, Jaydeep finally shines in and Swats rolling out there in the open, instantly knocks him down and eliminates him. That means Magnus, the numbers advantage not in their hand, is not in their favor right now, as they're standing as a 3-man. But defeat points are something they have. But Magnus, they have to pick fights on the multiple fronts, with the players of Team H2E trying to push from the backlines. Team Star already right in front of them. They have to deal with the players of Team H2E first, and Team Star, they can do a beautiful third party in this situation. This is an opportunity for the players of Team Star. But Jaydeep finds one of the last player, Edgar of Team TUF, eliminates him and makes it 11 total defeat points for Team H2E.
H2E, they are on a rise. They are definitely climbing to this ladder to perfection. But this is the moment where Magnus, we saw Zen clearly find out that there is a team right behind him towards that area, but will he try and over aggress towards the players of H2E? Because right now we just clearly saw that one of their players is down, so this is the moment for H2E's players to be pounced on upon, but it seems like it is not going to be the case, as Jaydeep is going to be able to help out Kian. Now both of these players, the X factor of this entire fight is H2E. Magnus thought they had it in control, Team Star thought they had it in control, but all of that has been brought on against them, and it seems like now Zen will also go down. Sultan will finally participate in this and will over aggress, and in doing so will probably be the demise of the players of Magnus, where that perfect nade brought in from the side of Jaydeep will bring in a lot of damage. Finisher, the only player surviving now. Finisher in that buggy is going to be making a lot of noise, but of course that noise is going to be easily spotted on upon from Jaydeep, and that nade just a little too short, but again, just one more cooked to perfection can be the end of Magnus. At the same time, Team Stars players are also bringing themselves up to the occasion, as Sultan has already been keeping a very keen eye towards this step. He knows where Magnus's players are, and there we have it. H2E's Jaydeep will easily be able to bring in 14 finishes towards the side of Team H2E. This is chaos to another level. Nobody could have expected or anticipated this sort of a game, but now 4v2 situation, Shadow, is where Team Star is at.
But H2 Jaydeep, the way this guy has been dominating the lobby, out of 14 defeat points, 9 belongs only single-handedly to Jaydeep out there, and 3 are for Kian over there in H2E. These two, man, this duo of Team H2E, where they were on the 3 days before, because the H2E was completely not seen in the lobby, but the way they are dominating right now, maybe they can pull it out. Maybe they can pull out a 2v4 situation, the outnumbered situation they are having in their hands, because they have a little bit of the height advantage also, and Kian is already trying to deploy a few good grenades in the direction of Star, but he's going to miss that perfect projectile that is required. But Jaydeep with that UMP 45 shoot one of the player of Team Star, who worked as a distraction with that buggy, and the distraction worked in the favor of Star, as Sultan puts an end to Jaydeep. That means Kian is the last man standing, and not for very long. With that vehicle run over, he has been eliminated, and a beautiful chicken dinner is coming for the players of Team Star.
Absolutely, Team Star, absolute perfection right there with 4 elimination points towards their name. But again, this game's MVP has to be H2E's Jaydeep. The way that lad was taking in the reins for his team all by his lonesome was beautiful. A perfect finesse sort of a play is what was being showcased from the side of that dude, and that dude just completely pushed himself to take on the limelight for this fight. But again, nothing taken away from Team Star as well, as they are the ones walking away with a chicken dinner. And the biggest factor in all of this is the fact that they are on the 9th spot. That means they are in the top 12. Now they just need to keep on rising up like this again and again, tomorrow's game as well as the today's remaining games, to keep themselves in the top 12, because that is what this entire fight is for. But again, the comeback story is definitely real on day number 4 right now, Shadow.
Well, definitely H2E, they are right at the bottom of the leaderboard. They are the team with the least points, and getting 12 defeat points, elimination points, is definitely going to help them come in top 12. But is it too soon, too late? We don't know. We'll find out after this short little break. So guys, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Wow, what a chicken dinner coming out from the players of Team Star. And of course, before we get into post-match analysis, a huge shout out to Oppo F21 Pro, our smartphone sponsors for the PMPL Pakistan 2021 fall split. Might want to check them out. Some amazing snazzy colors out there, and the features loaded help you in getting those delicious, juicy chicken dinners. But yes, Shadow, I just took a break, and H2E staged a comeback. Team Star also staged a comeback. Magnus, well, they were in that dip of, death, is what I can say. But what an amazing matchup that was in Erangel, right?
Certainly, it was amazing. We thought day number 3 is the day that is going to be the day of comebacks, but day number 4 is also nonetheless. But talking about the MVP, it's none other than Johnny Sins of Team H2E. I thought Jaydeep can also be, but I think Johnny
I think
Sins
they're
and
the
Jaydeep
same
only.
person.
They are
I think they're the same
yeah.
person. Yeah.
Yeah, same people. 9 elimination, and I think I'm very sure this is the highest damage up until now. 1600 plus damage dished out.
Yeah, I mean, quite adventurous as his name suggests. And I mean, JD, the way he's been playing inside the lobby, this is exactly what H2E wanted, right? One good game to find themselves that little fire that was missing in their hearts right now. And now I think from here onwards, we're going to see better things from their side. But as we take a look at the top players, of course, JD is going to be right at the top. 9 eliminations for him. We do have, finisher from Magnus, and he's been a regular face, right? Finally, TUF, even for Edgar. Lately, Magnus and TUF both have been going through a tough phase with, Quantum Rage staging a comeback, with Qwerty T20 coming in. Even for the likes of Regicide, Knock is again one of those players. We've seen him get those MVP titles, but for Kian, it's even much more important than that. But now taking a look at the match summary, I mean, it has to be all JD, all written all over.
Well, certainly, Jaydeep is the guy with the highest elimination, highest damage up until now. But after that, in terms of the assists, highest assists are coming from the side of Quraysh Esports and Walker with 3 assists. But Magnus, Edgar, like you said, all the players of team of Magnus is full of assaulters, and Finisher is the guy with the longest elimination out there. That is going to be 304. But talking about the standing, the team that is on the top is going to be H2E.
Now things are looking a lot more spicy, isn't it? Because we are entering the final day tomorrow. It's going to be about the top 12 teams playing that bonus matchup. And of course, wherever you stand in your overall rankings, you're going to get those bonus points. It's just not for the top team, right? Everyone's going to have a piece of the pie. But for now, I mean, H2E, a stellar performance coming in from their side, despite losing out on that chicken dinner. Still managed to stay on the TBD top. Gets to those 14 eliminations. Magnus, of course, those 9 eliminations really coming in handy. But for Star, it was also much needed, especially that trifecta of that situation being created towards the end. Star were the ones who were patient, who waited for the right opportunistic moment and struck when the iron was hot. But now, even if you talk about teams like TUF, this was also much needed for them. Because of course we did not have teams from Group C playing in this particular game. So yeah, of course not the favorites in the lobby. But I really loved how the game progressed and how it begun, right? Fights happening left, right and center, just the way we love it.
Well, certainly, and especially the final circle coming out all there in the open area, a little bit of the depths that teams had to work around, especially the players of Team Magnus and Team Star. Well, Magnus had it in their control up until H2E happened, because they came from the backlines and Magnus had too much to deal with. They had to deal with the players of Star, also H2E also. But somewhere else, Metershot Sky also had a number of defeat points in their hand.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering the fact that Magnus was kind of stuck in that little dip over there in those dunes, right? It gets very difficult to play around with. And I know all it takes is that one good grenade to just, explode you. And that is exactly what happened with them. But, like with Star, they were just patient enough. They waited for the right opportunistic moment. And all they had to do was Osama just running over Kian. And the job was so well done. And a beautiful chicken dinner coming in from Star. A much needed respite for these lads because they were struggling. So today's day has been sort of a day where teams on the bottom half, they're not getting the chicken dinners, but they are making an impact, getting good position points. TmW has been exceptional. Star had been grinding it out, and yes, the chicken dinner was coming in. But more importantly, I'm so happy for H2E staying at the very bottom, and suddenly that one chicken dinner is going to propel themselves, not just mentally, but also, the hunger kind of comes in. It's going to be visible out there. But the damage graph clearly shows it was a domination coming in from H2E. But T20 Esports, quite a lot of numbers of damage out there, but just one finish there.
Story of Triple Esports since day number 2. Day number 1, they chimed in so strong. and they were so impressive. But starting from day number 2, their performance has taken a downhill. But in the terms of damage graph, Triple Esports, they've always had the bar of damage very high, but the bar of eliminations very low, and that is something that need to work upon. Better confirm those knocks, confirm into the finishes, because that is going to reward you with the points.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now, looking at the overall rankings, it's just stumbling up and down. It's just R3D Esports being secured at the first spot. Nobody yet contesting for that, at least not this week, the way they've been playing, right? Let's be honest, they have been stellar. But Magnus, Quantum Rage, TUF, Qwerty, the fight for that second spot is definitely on. And Team BABLU, there onwards, seem to have gassed out a little bit. But it's fine, it's fine. They're still gonna stage a comeback maybe next week, or maybe tomorrow. You never know. Every single day we have a certain team rising up. But Team Star, courtesy to that one chicken dinner, the first coming out in this particular league, and now they're at the 9th spot. But talking about that plunge, yes, there you can see H2E finally taking over that 18th spot out there. The grounders even gaining some ground, getting a little up ahead. But the competition still in the middle order is so intense, right? It's so competitive that anybody from them, whoever gets a chicken dinner, it's not just still, it's still the 18th position. It's still H2E. If they get a chicken dinner, they might just, a big one, then they might just topple over maybe the 14th or 15th position team. But now taking a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, we do have, of course, the map of Erangel coming up next for you. This means that teams from Group B, they're not going to be playing this one. They're going to be sitting it out, just watching the other teams play. While Group C, they're going to be a part of the action ensuing in just a few more minutes. So R3D Esports, Quantum Rage, the Faulty Devils, and Quraysh Esports. I think 4 of these teams have been playing phenomenally well, especially today, right? Faulty Devils and Quantum Rage, I'm loving what they're doing. The way they get that aggression in, the punch coming in, just going all out. Even for Quraysh Esports, if not the chicken, they're making it look so close. So yeah, they are feeling the heat. They're feeling the momentum rolling in their favor. All they need to do is carry forward. But Shadow, what are your predictions for this game of Erangel? Because I'm going with I8. For Erangel, it's I8. Confirm.
Well,
100.
you are going with I8. Last time I went with I8, then they missed it by an inch. This time I'll go with team maybe Quraysh Esports, because Quraysh Esports, they need it. They are dominating the lobby. I think they can get it.
Quraysh is what Shadow tells, and we just hope they get that chicken dinner. I mean, they've been ever so close. And let us know, chat. What do you think? Or rather, who do you think is going to walk off with that chicken dinner? Let us know. Keep it spamming. Of course, our moderators there would be listening, and they'll be showing you all the love and support. But yeah, getting back to Erangel. Now, we did witness that a little bit of a Yasnaya circle building up. So we're done. We're done with Yasnaya. We don't want more. But where do you want the circle right now in this game?
Qwerty.
Qwerty.
Yeah.
There you go.
We want a Qwerty circle. I want a Qwerty circle.
I mean, even I want a Qwerty circle, for God's sake, because it's been ages since we've cast a Qwerty circle. Something happening around the swamps, a team trying to get that high ground advantage, and you know how messed up it is in Qwerty. You're never safe there inside that. It's all about, the teams having covers around the peripheries of that area. They're the ones that benefit the most. And if that happens, if the gods of PUBG Mobile have, blessed us with, there you go, fulfill your desires. For that, Shadow, I think you're new to this. We need to make certain offerings, right? We usually, make our offerings to the gods, but the gods of PUBG Mobile only demand chicken. So if you've offered something, then maybe your wishes might get granted.
My wishes are never coming true, because PUBG gods, Pakistani teams are way too much offering something to the PUBG gods, because they are listening to the teams. They are always listening to the teams, always giving the even flight paths and decent circles, be it Miramar, Erangel, or Sanhok. I think this time also the circle is going to be something centric.
Hey, that's not fair. We've had our fair share of enjoyment, right? You remember that Southern Circle, the military base one, where I just went out, all guns blazing, right? It was ludicrous, right? Because it was almost around 60% of the circle submerged in water. And I was thinking, how on earth are the teams even going to approach? There were so many teams inside the water just swimming around, even Team BABLU and the likes of that. So, I mean, I would love a southern circle. I mean, we all love a southern circle. We love to see those bridge fights happening. We love to see those early rotations happening. But anything can possibly happen in this game. And let us know, where do you think the circle is going to form? Because right now, we have taken it up to the skies. Of course, the flight path trajectory all the way from Primorsk going towards Stalber. And I don't think, like you said, maybe the gods of PUBG Mobile are favoring the players of Pakistan, because this is a very even flight path to traverse it.
This is what we have been witnessing from day number one. They are very partial towards the Pakistan team or Pakistan region, because they don't want to give teams any kind of trouble, because they invite trouble themselves. But I this time again heading towards military base island, and from Team BABLU. Well, this is one of the team that always impresses me when it comes to dynamic drop location. This time also, last time they went somewhere towards the side of North Georgiapur area. This time they are spread around the Ferry Pier and Farm Ridge complex. But they need to be careful, because one of the individual of Magnus Esports is also in the close proximity of Zibian.
Interesting, because honestly, now that you've mentioned, Team BABLU seems to have changed their course of drop, right? We've seen them heading towards the Georgie areas, but this time they've decided to settle at the 12 packs, and it's going to be interesting as to how they want to approach it. And what's even more interesting over here, Shadow, is the way things are going to get approached. Now, Uzum and Blade dropping off over there, they get that buggy, instantly head out to yeah, sorry for that, slight hiccup over there, few technical difficulties, but I hope we're back in game. And yeah, of course, now you're talking about this particular circle, right? On towards that eastern side, we have the circle going on. MS Sky and I8, well, we know of their love story, right? We are quite aware of that, and it's gonna be around towards the same old thing. But what's really interesting is that Tarzan, he's managed to get that one knockoff, gets that finished, and not a kind of a start that 3X really wanted for themselves. Now, that's going to be interesting, considering the fact that Team BABLU over here. Now, this is one of those teams that I have to keep on harping about, because they made a change, and it's going to be interesting to see what can they come up with. Because other than that, we do see some skirmishes happening on the northern side. We do have 3X, R3D, North Esports in nearby contention. We had seen that one area, Shadow, if you remember, one fight rather, where North Esports managed to get those early 8 finishes, and Avenger solo wiped an entire squad. Do you think that's going to happen today?
Can do it, but they also need to stick together, because North Esports, but right now they're not running high on that confidence, because they are somewhere on the bottom of the leaderboard in the overall standings. They need those points. So instead of pulling something like that, again going for the clutch or going over aggressive, I think they rather should be more tactical in terms of the gameplay, because as long as all the 4 players are surviving until the end, they can get a winner chicken dinner, just like the players of Team Star did. Even the numbers advantage always works in your favor. The position also works in your favor, like it did for the players of Team H2E also.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does, right? And they always have it within them. It's all about those self-realizations, right? It's all about the confidence, because at the highest level, everyone is skillfully, it's just a 9-20 difference between them, and it's not much. It's all about the mentality, how confident you are, how well you execute your fights, if you have that momentum being built up. So till then, I have always suggested the teams play it slow, no need to hurry up, have that one good game, respect the circles. But lately, Shadow, we're witnessing a huge rise in the usage of shotguns. Now, what is your take on that? Because recently it did receive a buff, and all these teams are making sure they exploit this in their favor, and they're making good work out of it.
Well, certainly we did see a few of the players using that DBS in the map of Miramar. Even in the final few circles, one of the players was having a DBS in his hand. Yes, when it comes to one tap, one shot, one kill, DBS shotgun is definitely a gun you need, but you also need to make sure that you're very accurate on the shot. You have the accuracy, you have the correct placement of the crosshair. Otherwise, if not, the opponent is going to take you down no matter what, because the time between the reload or between the two shots is so much. Between that, the opponent is definitely going to take you down. So if your aim is very accurate, go for DBS even in the final circle, I'll say.
Oh yeah, and teams have done that. I think it's been quite evident in the map of Sanhok, where we see a lot of DBS in action, and we've seen those squad wipes also. But now taking a look at the circle, I mean, none of our wishes have been granted, but it's fine. It's a regular Yasnaya circle with a little bit of tendency maybe to go a little down south, right? Maybe somewhere around the Potato Hills. I'd love for that to happen. And if Triple Esports manage to get a chicken dinner, then that's going to be even more lovely. But for now, I mean, as things are, I8, they're going to take their own sweet time to loot and rotate. The same goes for Metershot Sky. But Metershot Sky, I'm still, my concerns, my worry for them is true AR. Because the way, this team, the way they performed in the last split, it feels like it's a whole different team. And they haven't made any major changes. You still have the same IGLs. Few of those players, one or two have been added and here and there. Not quite familiar. But whatever the case be, nothing is really working out for them.
Certainly, nothing is working for the players of Team Metershot Sky, because yesterday they won on the 18th bottom position, and day number 1 was also not in their favor. In fact, any of the day is not in their favor. They are getting 14 to 19 points every single day. That is not enough to be in top 12, but do you think it's the added pressure of the expectation that everyone was having from Metershot Sky? Because like you also mentioned, previous season they were dominating, they were performing beyond expectations. So is it the pressure that they are not able to handle this time?
I think it's not about the pressure. The pressure is always going to be there. Being a professional athlete, you have to handle it. It's not just inside the game, even it goes outside the game as well. You need to have that thick skin. You do not need to let any negative things affect you, right? You have to keep hustling. You have to keep your grind out there, and if you do everything right, then things are gonna work out. But I think it's more about just being underconfident. They did not have the best of starts, and when you do not, things start to go a little awry, right? You start fighting, you start having those little tip-offs, and then it doesn't work. The tussles and everything, you have to figure out a way, and that is what differentiates between an average team and a great team, right? You need to overcome those circumstances. But for now, Team BABLU have opened it up on 3X Esports, having managed to successfully eliminate 3 of their players, and one I think has gone into H2E's clutches. So it's just Miracle again, all by his lonesome. He's been doing that for a couple of games, just running for his life.
Well, Miracle can pull off a miracle. I'm very sure he has done it in the past, and this time again he can do it. But this time the team that is looking for him, or rather hunting for him, are the players of Team BABLU, and we know Team BABLU is one of the most aggressive team. We saw that on day number 3. Initially they were favoring more on the passive game style, instead of going for the over aggressive or aggression that we expect from Team BABLU. But how Miracle is going to survive, but rather I'll say how Team BABLU is going to survive, because right now they're getting shot from multiple directions. But Pika OP, well, his eyes are on to draw line of Team Magnus, who is trying to make his rotation with that vehicle.
Yeah, of course. And for now, it's all about teams trying to find that perfect rotation, perfect entry inside the circle, and a perfect cover for themselves that they want to play around. And I8 seem to have taken the military bridge, and for all the good reasons. They do not want any sort of a tussle against the likes of Metershot Sky. Now, I8, we've seen, they kind of refrain from taking early on fights. They focus usually more on having a good position. And if they get a good position, and if they spot someone out, just lurking around, trying to gather some info, he's done. He's done for good. That being said, of course, the first airdrop comes in the AUG. I was not a huge fan of this weapon, but considering, it's been a long time, I had taken a little bit of a sabbatical, I must say, from this game. And then when I got back, my sprays weren't connecting. And AUG was my best friend. I was like, I need this weapon anyhow. Gets you that stability and gets you connect all those 4 times, especially, when you're making a comeback. But yeah, a few of the teams really kind of prefer avoiding that. And it hurts, right? Even the likes of AWM, one of the weapons that were so much talked about is barely getting picked at all.
Pointed out two weapons that me and them can never be friends. AWM and AUG never. It's always M416 and Mini 14. But talking about Reggie's side, they were also getting few shots, but Team BABLU is still in a bit of trouble as one of the player has been taken down. But thanks to his teammate, he's nearby. He can go for the easy revival and rescue. But Pika OP has already given away his position, and Destroyer is trying to shoot in his direction. But I think Pika OP is having a slight cover of that little stone or the rock over there. But his vehicle is something that is taking a lot of damage. That means coming out from the situation is not going to be so easy, or falling back or making an escape is not going to be so easy for Pika OP.
Oh, it's definitely not going to be. But for now, it's going to be interesting if, Anubis, he's trying to take that peek out there. But Pika needs to find some other measures because his vehicle, it's done, right? He needs to find, or rather get back to his teammates, because if he does not, oh boy, I8 lurking around. That's not a good news, Shadow.
Well, when you are holding on to the potato hill of nearby the Pochinki area, that ought to happen. So many teams try to rotate from that area that the minute you are going to fire any bullet, they are going to hear all that commotion and they'll stop by to scout the area and maybe get few defeat points for themselves. But right now, Magnus, I'm not a fan of this compound as well, because around the hill area, the ridges that this compound has around it, well, anyone can fire a shot onto you. But right now, the person looking for a shot is going to be the player of Team Regicide, who is his eyes set on the players of Team TFD.
Ashad, not as many. Oof. They take a few shots, gave his position away. Now the Faulty Devils are aware that they're being watched upon. And the Regicide, they've had their good games. Oh, I think Styler did spot him out. And he needs to change his position. Or maybe take a few shots at Rafe. Does not though. Still, just going in for those preemptive one-taps. Hoping that it connects. Because Mini 14, let's be honest. I mean, even in the other regions, this gun never goes out of style, right? If you know how to control your DMR. And if you know how to use that Mini 14, there are certain specialists who pull out such a good work out of that weapon.
Certainly, Mini 14 is definitely one of my personal favorite as well, because two reasons. A, I'm not good at sniping. Landing those perfect headshots with that AWM or Car 98, yes, that can get you a knock, but getting a confirmation out of it is a little bit difficult. With Mini 14 or a DMR, you can take down the player from a moving vehicle as well. So I think considering the high damage also, Mini 14 is a go-to weapon for so many players out there. But Destroyer, well, he's hiding him. He better hide, because on the uphill are the players of Team BABLU, and they have an idea. There are players of Team R3, but somewhere else, a fight is happening between the players of Team Magnus and North Esports, and Avenger OP looks like he's going to clutch it out again, because he got a confirmation onto Faster over there.
Oh yeah, now it's going to be interesting to see as to what happens at this given right. Black just preying upon Hassan has dished out decent amount of damage there, and there you go, finally finding a breakthrough. And 52 Esports, Shadow, boy oh boy, they are in shambles. Yeah, I cannot figure out what's going wrong with them. Yeah, of course they've had this major roster change, they did have that swap, they're just all over the place. Yeah, and that sort of breaks my heart, because I know 52 Esports can do so much better than this. It can be so much bigger than this, and reminds me of a song. But yeah, 52 Esports again taking those early losses, clearly not helping it out. But H2E, this is the confidence that I was talking about. One good game and you are back on game.
And one good grenade on the side of the last player of Team Grounders. Well, that kind of landed from Jaydeep, and Grounders.
Ouch.
That hurts. Yeah, that was an ouch moment. Well, at least H2E is happy right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're enjoying themselves. Now, imagine, they were kind of at the very bottom of the ocean over here. They were not really doing well. They were kind of underconfident, and comes in JD with that 9 elimination hammer game. And of course, missed out on the chicken dinner, but would not want to miss out now. We do have a fight. Triple Esports going up against R3D. Hawk already being dealt with. Destroyer trying to push in from the edges over there. Gets that beautiful knock, while Psycho was trying to lob a grenade. Now Thug needs to come into aid of his teammate. Is he a little too late? Does want to go for a drive away. Succeeds! This madman somehow pulls it off, but is he gonna escape alive? That's the big question over here. R3D somehow have gotten some time to recuperate, and the smokes have come in. The revivals are in process. This was an interesting fight.
That was some brave move that was coming from the side of Thug, but he did realize he got a one knock, but there was no time for him to get a confirmation as well. Right now, all he needs are the points, because Triple Esports, they lack all those position points and the elimination points. So Thug better make it inside the safety of the circle, find a better position, I'll say, but right now his position is not so decent, and so is the position of Mom too, as he's becoming a victim of the grenades that are coming from the side of Team Regicide, but somehow he's surviving. Regicide, they have a better position. They are upside on the hill. FS, well, all they can do is rotate or maybe flank or maybe lob few good grenades towards the side of Regicide. Find one knock, but they also need to be careful of Noki, who is trying to flank from some other direction.
Oh, it's gonna get so much more interesting right now at this particular moment, because, well, let's be honest, Freestyle, they've been under the weather today. The other days, they've seen better days than this. Well, just the smoke to shroud that little opening that we have through that window coming in inside the shack. They have successfully retreated, but look at I8. They're making those movements. Now Ghost, he's heard all that commotion and he wants a piece of the pie, but he is looking elsewhere. Now has his attention completely redirected at the players of Freestyle. Malik showing his vehicle, but Mom to just being shredded apart by Ghost. He definitely sure is a mercenary, and there you go, gets the second one as well. Wanted to readjust himself, but FS, they are angry. They are loathing right now. They did not want this to happen, as Blade was trying to protect his teammates but gets shot from the backlines. It's absolute carnage, absolute madness going on in this lobby.
I had become a little overconfident in this open field area. They didn't realize there are other squads also present in the close proximity, especially the players of Quraysh Esports. That's why they lost one of the player. Now the player is still down on his knees. Let's see if any revival or help is coming for him. But it was a blessing in disguise for the players of Team Regicide, who was fighting against the side of Team FS. But FS has been eliminated.
Oh, they certainly have been. For Regicide, you know, it's like a huge sigh of relief. We are out of here. We have no monkey business anymore, as Team BABLU all ready to finish strong. Now, they've got their eyes on the players of Team TFT. Now, Team BABLU's Pika. Now, he's one of those players, you know, again, one of the old guards of the Pakistan region, has been with BABLU ever since. A little bit of a stint with R3D did not really work out for them, and now he's back to his home, and I think the fans are going to be elated, as Khane, he's been spotted out but still hasn't been taken down yet. It's going to be interesting as to how he's going to deal with the situation.
Double-edged sword is helping him out, providing him a little bit of the cover that is required, the smokes, but the minute the smokes are going to go down, Rafe and Khane are going to be in a bit of difficult situation. But right now, Uzm is looking for revenge and redemption as he finds a knock onto the players of Quraysh Esports with that beautiful grenade out there, and Ghost is picking up another fight with the players of Metershot Sky as he puts down an end to Kelsey over there. That means I8 are picking fights on the multiple front, and TFD, well, they are up against the players of Team BABLU, who have a height advantage onto them, but Quraysh Esports Jaguar is still shooting in direction of TFD. That means TFD better be careful. One end you have Team BABLU, other end you have Jaguar of Quraysh Esports, and Jaguar with an info 16 finally finds a knock onto onto TFD players, and TFD has lost two of the players in this situation.
Yeah, they certainly have, and that's not a good thing, right? And in this particular moment, we have to see as to how they're going to approach this particular situation. Cairo is on the lower ground, wants to lob that grenade, but isn't finding that opening. But with your shot, Sky, so far it has been a decent game for them. They are still one of the top 12 teams standing inside the lobby, and we'll have to see as to what they're going to do with it. As Halsey spots out IQ right out in the open, puts an end to him, and there you go. I8 has been eliminated, and maybe I've jinxed it for them.
think so. You have jinxed it for them because they have been becoming little overconfident. The way they are picking fights out there into open, that is something that we were not expecting from their side. Picking up fights on the multiple fronts when they have only 2 players. But on the other side, Metershot Sky, their misery is not ending as Ash has been knocked down and Healthy is trying to find few good knocks on the side of Quraysh Esports out there, and Quraysh Esports are also retaliating, but it is some other team, Team Wolf or Team BABLU, that is going to find a knock onto Healthy. That means Khatir is the last man standing. He's the last ray of hope for the players of Team Metershot Sky.
Oh yeah, indeed. And oh, there you go. Squads falling down one after the other. Metershot Sky, they were looking decent, they were looking to be strong, but could not prevail supreme. As Thug, the lonesome survivor, oh, he's taking damage from multiple directions, but still wants to get that finish on towards Anubis. Lobs a grenade, not at the right direction as Walker comes in from behind to no avail as he gets taken down, and Triple Esports also take an exit from this game.
Did a whole lot in terms of placement points because he survived for very long, but Zabyan is not stopping as he has his crosses onto the players of Quraysh Esports, and Hasni goes down, and so is R3D Walker picking up fights with the players of Quantum Rage goes down, and BABLU, they are not going to spare the players of Quraysh Esports. BABLU, they have the perfect cover, perfect angles onto so many teams, even on the players of TFD who have deployed few good smoke, but the smoke is going to give away the position as well. So that means it is an opportunity for Team BABLU to dominate the lobby, at least for now.
At least for now, it's the word. And Team BABLU, they have been yearning for that chicken dinner for a long time as Quantum Rage. They're on a whole different level right now. I think they're having the day of their lives this time. You know, one day, the way they have been performing, right? It's been phenomenal. But for now, Quantum Rage, they have their eyes set at Nocto. Now Zipian, that eastern side. They know 52 Esports stand right in front of them, just behind that shroud of smoke. As Teen Wolf, did he take some team damage?
He certainly did, but on the other side, Quantum Rage also is standing with all the 4 men alive, and we know what Quantum Rage can do, especially when they came out of the blue in the map of Miramar this time. Also, although they don't have the circle, they don't have the best of the position right now. Right now, the team with the best position is going to be Reggie's side, who are picking fight with the players of Team BABLU, as they're trying to pep a few bullets in the direction of Pika OP, but Pika, well, he's behind a hard cover, but also Regicide needs to be careful of the movements of Quantum Rage.
Oh, they certainly have to be. Team BABLU, they're making a move inside the circle as Pharaoh has successfully managed to take down Spark in the process. As Sirius, he's taken some hefty amount of damage. There you go, Cena falls down as well. 52 Esports just digging the graves of Quantum Rage, but need to watch out for BABLU as Pan. He also gets taken down, but it is going to be some additional damage also coming in from Nocto, who was the one who got that last shot. Teen Wolf right out in the open. Pharaoh gets punished for all that atrocities over there, going out in the open. What was he even thinking? As Knock knows that Pika right in front of him, as Zibyan taking some massive damage from the sidelines. He is gonna get taken down. Daku is gonna come in handy. Now all that remains is Teen Wolf, who is gonna fire upon them, and there you go, that marks the end of 52 Esports, giving enough time for the players of Quantum Rage to get themselves back up and running, and now those ones who saved them are the ones who are getting punished by them. Nobody is your friend once you're in the battlegrounds.
Well, certainly with that, Team BABLU has been eliminated, but Quantum Rage, I always love this fact about this team. They always stay very silent, but in the final circle, when there are only few teams left, that is when they start dominating, and they got a chicken dinner in Miramar as well. Can they do it again? That's a big question. For now, the numbers advantage is not with anyone. The position advantage, a cover, half cover, is with the players of Team Regicide. And looking at the position of Nocto, also the way he is providing intel to his teammates, they are able to find 2 knocks onto the players of Quantum Rage. This is a moment when Regicide has to close in the distance, and certainly doing so.
Oh, there certainly are. Regicide just running over the buggies and the vehicles. As Senior gets spotted down, he gets taken, but the trades are of course there. Regicide and the boys out there have managed to do it, getting that final finish. And there you go, another beautiful winner chicken dinner coming into their bags. And this time, Again, Regicide looking ever so confident and have found themselves at the 7th spot. After taking a little bit of a dip, and 11 eliminations is what they have accrued for themselves. They waited for the right opportunity. Once it hit, lightning struck, and Regicide got that chicken dinner.
Well, it certainly got so, but Quantum Rage also did a very good outing, had a very good performance in this one also. But it was Team BABLU who was stealing all the glory and the thunder, the way they were dominating, so many elimination points already in their hands. So I think they are going to find themselves at least in top 4 this time.
But they certainly will be, and we're going to talk about them and the other teams, but after this short little break. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you're watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Fall Split, and it is powered by Oppo, our lovely smartphone sponsors who also are the sponsors of this tournament. Might want to check them out, the Oppo F21 Pro in all its might and glory. We have talked about this blazing fast smartphone, which looks even sexy. But talking about, sexy plays, I think this was coming in for Regicide, but like you said, a valiant effort from Quantum Rage. But this game was so chaotic, right? At a point, it was so difficult to contemplate what on earth is happening. A typical Pakistani lobby.
Well, certainly, because so many third parties were happening, one fight after another. The team was not able to live or enjoy their victory, I'll say, for very long, because it was some other team that was chiming in, picking another fight with them. But talking about the MVP, this time is going to be Teen Wolf from the side of Team BABLU.
Oh, it has to be. I mean, if the players of 52 Esports just, with the blindfolds on, run at his direction, he's bound to punish them, right? And he will do that. And a good game for BABLU, nonetheless. Teen Wolf, the IGL, and he's been stepping it up, and I've been loving it about it. And he's one of those players, very mature, one of those players always tends to survive till the end, gets those extra position points, and has always kept the hem of BABLU up and running. But for now, I mean, as we take a look at the top players, this time it's going to be Ashad from Regicide and even JD. H2E, they were also on a whole different high, but again, they kind of gassed out a little early. I really hope we could have seen maybe a back-to-back from their side. Knock Knock again. He's making it a regular appearance here, and certainly one of those potential talents to really scout out for. The big Ogs are always on the lookout for those players. Just like I8 picked up IQ. You never know, next season Knock Knock might be somewhere else, or maybe sticking with his team and bringing more laurels to them. Of course, the match rankings in front of us, Team Regicide right at the tippity top with that chicken dinner, get 26 points of this game.
Well, 26 points to Regicide, but Team BABLU also this time they are on the second position with 21 points and 11 elimination points for themselves. Quraysh Esports, Quantum Rage, although they were placed second, but they have few elimination points. That's why they're on the third position with a total of 16 points. Not Esports. Well, this is a team that is having a very good outing today. Again, they are finding themselves in a better spot in the standings. 11 points to them on the fourth spot. H2E again having a good performance, but placement points are something that is not in their favor right now.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, right, the way things are going for them, and yeah, it's still the steps made in right direction. As long as you're having 9 eliminations, well, I'm no one to complain. We know how chaotic that lobby became, and there were a few fights that really startled me, especially in this particular game. We had so many vehicle runovers, right? Just people just so much manslaughters out there, just driving past the vehicle. But it was a fun game of Erangel as we take a look at the highlights. And this is where I really thought that maybe H2E would be eyeing out for another chicken. And look at all of this happening. Thug, he was an absolute thug. Could not get that finish, but I loved what he did.
Riot also, initially they started on a very good note. They got few good defeat points for themselves, but they started taking more than they can handle, and that is why they lost two of the players. Even in the end, when two players were surviving, they were picking fights on the multiple fronts. That's why they got an early elimination. But Metershot Sky, this time again they were trying to have a good outing. They had at least few good defeat points in their hands, but Team BABLU is the one that was all out there getting all the defeat points for themselves, and Team Regicide was the one who in the end got a win chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, I think somewhere down the line Quantum Rage was sort of cornered, right? They were kind of out of options, Regicide being one of the more calmer teams out there to deal with that particular situation, and they struck. Of course, the iron was hot. They knew this is their moment and they have to capitalize. They need to get that glorious chicken for themselves. And yeah, they've been doing pretty much well, I must say. 7th position, not too shabby. As we take a look at the damage graph, well, H2E, 9 finishes, 1482 points of damage. I8, 5 with 1260, even for Metershot Sky. We could see that spark finally being ignited, but it was just it. North Esports as well, I love what they did. But I think the stars of this game would, of course, be Regicide and Team BABLU. 1902 and 2009 points of damage. Lovely.
Certainly lovely, but North Esports, yesterday they were on the 12th position. That is why they are trying to overshine in every single game, get as many elimination and placement points as much possible, because they are on the boundary. Anything can happen any minute. Every single game matters a lot to the players of Team North Esports and Quraysh Esports as well. But Quraysh Esports, they have taken a jump in the standings. They are right now on the 9th spot with 108 points. But on the top, we again have I8 Esports and Magnus Esports.
Now it's going to be interesting because Regicide, they had their one good day of glory. I think it was day number 2 where they managed to get that chicken dinner, and we felt like, you know, they're finally starting to redeem themselves. Day number 3 did not go the way they anticipated, but day number 4 they're back. So it's the even days that they start waking up at the right side of their beds. But for now, I mean, Quraysh, I think I've been loving the climb that these lads have been taking. Metershot Sky still a valiant effort, but still at the very bottom. TTT Esports, they look a little lost, especially in that particular fight against R3D. A lot of wrong decision makings, and they could have done better, of course. But North Esports, 3 places climbed, you know, progress made in the right direction. Team Star, we did see them in the first page of the table, but now they are again pushed to the second one. That is how close the competition is going on between all these teams.
Certainly, the teams that are somewhere between the 9th to 15th position, even I'll count the 16th position also. Well, there is SWAT hanging on their head. Anything can happen if a single team manages to dominate the lobby, get a winner, chicken dinner. They can topple over, they can leap anyone over in the overall standings. So being in the top 12 is not so easy as I8 and Magnus are making sure it's looking for them, because they are on the top. It's easy for them, but other teams, well, they're still in the contention.
They certainly are. Now taking a look at the map of Sanhok. Well, the much awaited map, because I think it's been a very beautiful build up, right? Especially with how aggressive the games have been. Teams from Group A, they're not going to be playing this one out, so we will have to say 52 Esports, Team BABLU, Magnus Esports, 3x Esports, we miss you. But you know that you don't miss us. Nobody wants to play the map of Sanhok. Everybody's like, nah, not this, anything but Sanhok, because you know, it gets so difficult the way the circle builds up, and there are certain teams that really thrive. And this is where I could ask you, predict, who do you think is going to win?
My predictions never come true. Why do you even ask me?
I mean, you can't just give up.
Let's give it to TUF, maybe?
TUF for you. For me, I think I want TMW. TUF for Shadow, TMW for me. Because TmwEsports has been one of those teams that has been very consistent in Sanhok. They have always managed to survive, but today I want them to take it a notch above. I want them to get that glorious chicken in their pockets and start rolling with the momentum. You know, H2E, they've staged a comeback. Quraysh, they've staged a comeback. Metershot Sky, they're over there. TmwEsports, they've been having a decent time lately, and I want them to etch their name with that chicken in Sanhok and move on ahead. And that being said, it's going to be a tricky map, right? We know how the circles can act, and sometimes they can be so ruthless, and not for us, we enjoy those circles, but for the teams inside the lobby. We've seen variations, a lot of it. We've seen circles build up around those paradise areas just on the western side. Recently, I think Team Qwerty, being a 3-man squad, did manage to clinch a beautiful chicken. So you never know. It could be a second of them because Khan was not playing, and despite them, they still managed to win. But even for the likes of Magnus Esports, they're not playing this one. So Paradise is going to be vacant shadow. So it's going to be a big question as to which team is going to take over that very important spot in the lobby.
I'll ask how many teams are going to take that spot, because we did saw in Erangel also 2 teams were going in the drop location of the team that was sitting out. So there is always a possibility that multiple teams might have the same mindset and they might go for the dynamic drop location of the team that is sitting out. So maybe Paradise, the kind of loot that area offers, even in fact rotation, even be it any circle rotation from Paradise resorts are always much easier as compared to the extreme drop location. So maybe multiple teams can drop over there.
Maybe they can do that, of course. That is possible. But, you know, we've seen that. You know, there's a spot vacant and then they're like, hey, I think they're not dropping. Let's drop there. And suddenly they find, did not anticipate this. Did not see this coming. IGL, what are you doing? But let's find out our answers as the game has begun, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of the evening, match number 20. That is going to be in Sanhok as the flight path trajectory all the way from Hathin towards Naka. Not going to bother all these teams. They're still going to get on to their places that they absolutely love to drop at. Team the Grounders, I think they have not made any, you know, big moves, right? We haven't seen the plays that the Grounders were famous for. And I really hope they get back into their senses. Quantum Rage, they're having a really good day. Maybe they could also win it. Or maybe Quraysh. Maybe anybody. But for now, Bootcamp, of course, has been taken by the one and only, the mighty, the Team Qwerty. Right beside them will, of course, be Team TUF heading over towards Ban. And Team I8 around the Kori areas. And you know, this is one of those games where BABLU really regret right now that they're not in the game, because Painan, always their circle, they have loved playing this zone, and now when they're not, it is a southern circle.
Yeah, every time Team BABLU is in the lobby, we kind of see a northern circle, but this time we have a southern circle. But right now, H2E, he better a better spot, because Regicide, I think they have an idea. There is a player out there in the open, and I think he can get a Oh, he's definitely getting shots from the side of Regicide. He is taking a lot of damage, and I'm very sure Assad has no resources onto himself. But Regicide player do realize that he's also out there in the open, and the call has already been made to H2E teammates, Assad's teammates, that there is a player shooting at me. Regroup, help me out. That is where Baz needs to regroup with his teammates. Also, not get over greedy in the situation.
Oh yeah, of course they do not want to be over greedy, because we know how much important it is. But what I'm really liking from Baz is the DBS, right? And we love to see those shotguns in action, the boom, boom, and suddenly we see bodies falling. So I would love to see more of that. Of course, the child in me loves all these actions, you know, the carnage that ensues. But for now, ooh, Sirius and Rafe, they might have a showdown over here. Rafe still crawling, but is Sirius aware? Look at his POV. Look at his play cam. I mean, vigilantly just scouring across. Where could he possibly hide? Rafe, if he gets a little bit further, might possibly spot him out. That's going to be interesting. But Sirius decides to go against it, and that breaks my heart.
The advantage of foliage is definitely going to be there in the map of Sanhok. That's why Rafe is taking full advantage of it, but he also needs to be a bit careful, because the minute is going to give any kind of sound cue. Quantum Rage, it's not just a single player. There's a 2 players, and Rafe has no cover for himself at all. I'm very sure he doesn't even have those level 2 or the best of the weaponry in his hands, because they have just dropped in the map of Sanhok. But Quantum Rage, they have an idea. There is a player out there. They're trying to spot him out. But like I said, the grass is helping Rafe at this moment. But TFD is also in the close proximity, so Quantum Rage better be careful.
They certainly have to be, because TFD, they're kind of starting to surround them. And if Rafe manages to get at least 1 or maybe 2, then Quantum Rage, they'll be in a shock. What just hit them? But Tuk Tuk not the best of options. And there you have it. Goku has been taken down by Hasni. The first elimination coming down, it's around the southern areas of the map. And Quraysh Esports, they've also found that little glimmer of confidence inside of them. And I like it how it's going in for all these teams, right? You need to play as if you've got nothing to lose. You need to make those risks, because higher risks will of course yield you higher rewards. Now Quantum Rage has backed off. They're gonna head off towards Sami, and losing out on Goku is gonna spoil their entire mindset of which with which they came into the lobby. And now they're gonna have to think of other recourses, now one of which is going to be that infamous healing battle.
Well, heal battle is something. This is why I love Pakistan region. Heal battle is something we never
Barely
witnessed in
happens.
Sanhok. Barely happens. Even players don't even think of it. They never go for 23 4 stage or something like that. They always tend to rely on their firearm, and even in the very final moments, also they try to go with the aggression or aggressive stance. So that is something we, at least, I won't be anticipating from this region, even in Sanhok.
And I think that's what we call is the flavor of Pakistan, right? Doesn't matter if we get eliminated, but we're not going to resort to healing battles. There have been occasions. I mean, usually around the grand finals, we have seen a few teams, trying to resort, and all for all the good reasons, right? When you have $100,000 on the line, I mean, Shadow, I would do that. I would anyways do that. I would just be that lone player going across all those little hearts, collect as many first hits, carry no gun, just stay hidden, just creep your way inside the circle and patch yourself up. That's the way. If that's earning me at least 8 to 10 points a game in a map like Sanhok, where it's so uncertain as to who is gonna have that advantage. But for now, the circle, the way that has built up, Regicide find themselves at the center of the zone. I8 and TUF might have a potential clash against each other, but Metershot Sky, TmW, not far away from each other. With both these teams fighting, maybe there are chances that Qwerty might also third party.
There is a possibility there can be a possibility of so many third parties also, but the team that are keeping themselves away from all the congestion are going to be Grounders, Team Star, and even Team FS also being on the extremities of the map right now, so far away from the circle. But talking about Metershot Sky, well, right now they're out there in the open. The team, like you also mentioned, is a team that is in close proximity, but in the weapon we have MG3, the light machine gun. In
Shadow.
Pakistan region,
Shadow.
we are yet to witness.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Look at that. It's like the scales tipping left, right, and nobody can get to it. How do you do that? It's stuck over there. It's MG3. Oh god, that's absurd.
For the drop weapons.
Yeah, they drop weapons and stuck in the tree. Now, how do you get it down? Lob a few grenades. I mean, that's what we used to do in the old days.
Yeah.
I hope that still works.
But not in just this map fixes. The players generally are not going for the airdrops. We are not seeing too many airdrop guns, except for Groza. We did witness Groza in Miramar. Other than that, the players are not even bothering about the airdrops.
Airdrops? Nah, we don't want it. We like, the normal drops, weapons. We comfortable with that. As long as we can deliver, who cares, right? But, I've been really yearning to see some Lynx aim or action. One thing for sure, that, we haven't seen a lot of, dedicated bolt action players. I think it was just Edgar, if my memory serves me right, who managed to get that one Car 98 knock. But apart from that, we haven't seen anything really fancy coming in. And we always love those shenanigans, right? A bolt action player just peeking out and boom, a head just, breaks open. So that is something that I really miss. A little bit of a complaint from this region. We don't get to see a lot of bolt action players. It's just a few handful. And I think for all the right reasons. Again, the meta, the way it's demanding, right? Now teams are going for a lot of team fights. They're going for a lot of flanks. They're not trying to take those fights from far away. I think they've made good work with those M4. They've honed their skills. We're trying to spray their weapons. But for now, I mean, it's going to be interesting where the circle is going to shift. So let's play a little bit of a, game where you tell me that is the circle going to stick to the southern island or is it going to go towards the eastern side? Shoot.
Still favor the island of Tambang, I think. Maybe we'll take a concentric shift, keeping all the two islands in the contention.
Okay. I love this. Like I can't choose sides, so I'm gonna pick both. I'm gonna take over there. I mean, all right. I mean, whatever suits your board, Shadow. But I really want maybe a circle taking a drastic shift. Let's say towards dogs. I mean, I'm just being unrealistic, but it's fine. But taking a look at Team Freestyle, are they using the waterways? Because yeah, in Pakistan, a lot of teams do like using the waterways. I think there was this one team, if my memory serves me right, it was Portal Esports. Okay, every single time, Shadow, it's a game of Sanhok, they're gonna use the boat, and every single time they did that, somebody used to blow them over, and they were relentless, never gave up, never left the boat, always loyal.
South Asia also, I know one of the teams, Solo Esports, that always used to go for waterways on the northern side, and in the northern circle, they used to stay inside the water for a very long time. So that is a possibility, and if the circle also goes towards dogs, well, freestyle is definitely going to blitz you.
Look at this though, Walker. I think that little clip of that grenade has given Ness that information that he was in pursuit for. Now he knows someone's hiding, and now he's got nowhere to run and has to fight back. But Walker, I think his position still uncompromised. But from the backlines, we do have Avenger and Maxi. Roshan has taken it to the waters, wants to come into aid for his teammate. But is he going to succeed in his endeavors? That is going to be really interesting to see what has happened over here. As Ness now trying to close in. But to see what happens, Destroyer getting shot from the backlines, but would not deter him from taking down Avenger. As there you go, Hawk also falls down. So a one-on-one trade for both these teams as the fight breaks right open.
The fight is definitely opening, and Destroyer with that grenade is trying to break down few of the players of Team North Esports. Let's see if he can lob that perfect projectile that is required. Although R3D Destroyer, he's having the safety compounds, but he's not prioritizing for now.
Yeah, certainly not. But let's see what they're up to. Hawk, he's down on the ground. Walker, he's just patching himself up. R3D, they are making good amends to the damage that had been done, and now they know they've got the players of North Esports cornered. But Roshan, he's made some movement. Avenger, he's gonna get eliminated. That elimination point collected for R3D. But now North Esports really have to make some movements. If they keep on delaying this fight, they might get picked off from elsewhere. As Anubis, oh, this is gonna be huge. If he can if he can make that perfect angle, and I believe he did, but whiffed out on those bullets. And now North Esports are aware of that little intervention, little derouting he made, and now they're gonna watch out.
Look at the position of the as well. Rotrops from that height advantage, he can do on the side of R3D as well as North Esports. The advantage which R3D had in their favor, that they had the safety of the compound, they were little spread out. North Esports, they had a little area to their advantage. That advantage has been taken away from the side of R3D, but Anubis beautiful grenade comes from his side as he takes Roshan down, and a close contact. Maxi also gets taken down, and R3D Destroyer is going to find the confirmation as well. And a matter of few seconds, North Esports has been eliminated with 16th position.
Yeah, and this was coming, right? We knew that. You cannot really afford to prolong such a fight. But R3D, they have seen it through. Now, but talking about the circle, I mean, well, it's going a little bit towards that eastern island, somewhere centered around the western side of Qwerty. You've got DOD, you've got TUF, you've even got I8, as a matter of fact. But the ground is, they want to make some movements over here, find some ground for themselves. Jalsa, I think he's one of the latest additions to the roster. I think playing the place of Shapatar. I don't know what happened to Shapatar, but he was such an instrumental member of the squad. And Draken at this movement. He's gonna peek out. Oh, Sports Destroyer. Is he gonna take him down? Or maybe Draken is Shapatar himself. So confused with the players changing their names, you know.
The players always tend to change their name, keeps the casters on their toes. But so guess which player is this one? But Talking about Team Grounders, they always like dropping in towards the island of Camp Alpha. From there, rotation kind of tend to become easier, especially when North Esports was taken out of the equation. So that is definitely going to help the plus of Team Grounders, because the only resistance they were facing was in the name of North Esports. Yes, R3D can still be that ugly thorn, but look at Painan. No team, not even a single soul is committing to the urban city of Painan.
Yeah, Painan is left vacant, and for all the good reasons. I think teams have the right reason to believe that the circle is going to take that eastern shift. So no point, because again, to get out from Painan over there, you've got to climb that hill, and the moment you try to do that, team Triple D, they're just going to rip you apart into pieces. But for now, Qwerty seems to have made a dash right at that direction. Voltrox instantly getting taken down. Gravity still trying to put up a fight, but to no avail as he gets taken down. Qwerty taking some early losses as 420 boy. This is moment to shine, but Sleevey throwing at the wrong area. Oh, and Khan, he's gonna survive. He's gonna make a run for his life as Triple Esports get 3 easy finishes to their names. And Qwerty, they're in shambles.
Very easy finishes. They just spotted them, the players of Qwerty out there in the open. Qwerty they were not checking their back, but on the other side, the players of Team I8 are also falling down. But Usm is getting few knocks onto the players of TmwEsports. The split that TmwEsports was having is definitely not working in their favor, as Thor is going to bleed to his own death. On the other side, Blade will be getting an easy revival. That means I8, they are still in the competition. They're still getting good points. They still have the numbers advantage with all the 4 players alive and kicking in the game. But TUF, well, they have lost 2 of the crucial players.
TUF really need to get over the ghosts of Team I8. I mean, they've been haunting them and hunting them for quite a long time, because it's just not this map, right? We've seen it time and again. TUF, nothing taken away from them. They're an amazing team, no doubt. But every single time, you know, just falling down to I8, they need to get conditioned. They need to retaliate. They need to respond back. You just can't let them bully them every single time. You know they're right beside you. You gotta come up with a game plan. And those little research, you know, of knowing where your opponents tend to drop around, those little map study reads, really helps a lot. And TUF, if they have to play, you know, make wonders, if they have to topple over the kings, that is Team I8 right now, who are kind of untouchable at this point, at least for this week. Maybe next week they will have to get their homework right.
They certainly have to, but the team that is making a good rotation, or were making good rotation, were the players of Team FS. But right now, I'm having certain doubts, because the way they are moving inside the circle, they might face an enemy that can stop in their tracks. That is going to be Quraysh Esports, who was somewhere on the periphery of the circle nearby the docks area. But Team I8, well, they're always a happy bunch of players, getting 2 defeat points. All the 4 players still inside the circle, still holding on to the quarry area. Well, there is no team that is going to contest their compounds or going to come nearby them, that they can safely enjoy the safety of the circle as long as it lasts. If it is going to favor them in the next phase also, well, things will work in their favor.
Oh, things certainly will. And for now, oh, Rafe, I think he's spotted out the buff. Gnome to as well. I mean, taking the waters, trying to go through the southern side, but hey, it's a Painan circle just when we thought the circle might go towards that eastern side. Now Painan, this village is right open, up for grabs, and R3D do not want to miss an inch or anything, a minute as well. Just want to rush in there, take control over those compounds and stop every single team trying to come over there. And so for the Reg, same goes for the Regicides as well. The compound that they've chosen, I think it's a really good one, because if the circle shifts towards the eastern side, then they've got 2-player station. If it goes towards the western, you've got 2-player station. I love this little bit of thinking from their side, as now Sky trying to scour for players, trying to search for them. Maybe their next prey rather could be in the form of Team TmW.
But TmW, they need to be careful of Triple Esports. But I still have my doubts of R3D. They are committing to the city of Painan. I don't think the final circle is going to form in Painan. Maybe it will, because I'm not an ideal of any team. I don't know how the zone meta works. But it's my guess that circle never comes in the urban city. But maybe this time R3D can be lucky. But Triple Esports, they have a height advantage. They are picking fight with the players of TmW. TmW from the low ground. How they are going to take the players of Triple Esports down, that's a major question, because all the projectiles they are lobbing towards the side of Triple Esports player, they are not perfect. They are not able to make any sort of connection.
Oh, they certainly aren't, at least at this point. We've got to see now what happens. Team Triple Esports. Look at Blade. He's done some decent amount of damage though. For now, we've got to see. He's just gonna push in through that compound. He's aware of Edgar's presence. Just crouch and toggles, and there you go. Gets those amazing finishes, and the numbers of the UF start dwindling down as the point they've been eliminated. But look at Kurama. I love this TBS action coming in from this lad. Can he just leap forward and take down Thug? I would love for that to happen, but now slowly but surely the numbers are reducing, and TMW Shadow, they have been eliminated from this game.
Not in the best position, and especially they had the DPS also. Yes, they managed to take down Psycho over there. They managed to knock down Rex, but that wasn't enough, because with DPS you have to be very precise. In fact, they were not in the best position. I have to give it to them. They were on the low ground, but from the height advantage, Triple Esports are raining havoc onto the plus of the Metershot Sky, as well as they find a connection onto one of the players, eliminate them instantly. That means Metershot Sky with only 3 players, but TFD fighting out with the plus of Team Star out in the blue. Is it a wise decision, because it's 4th circle?
Oh yeah, the 4th circle, and certainly would hurt a lot. But look at Team I, they're clearly out of options. Still have those 5 finishes, but that's where they have to be put to stop, because there you have it. Team Star understanding that, you know, they've been making a lot of noises and they had to be shot down. But now Sultana just has that only first aid. The moment Khane goes out of cover or steps out of that smoke, he's gonna be a dead piece of meat. Has Sultana spotted him out yet? Not in the right direction. Spots out Khane, but gets into cover at right nick of time. And now Sultana, he's gonna fight it against time. Can he make it inside the circle safe and sound? In the meanwhile, R3D, they've been in the midst of action from minute 1. And now Halsey, that's a beautiful knock coming out from him with his arm, opening things up. Now R3D, they might be in a whole world of trouble, Shadow.
And they're only surviving the single player, but somewhere else Tarzan with a grenade finds a knock, in fact a confirmation also. But Khane, the last man of TFD, has been eliminated. That means team bids bye-bye at 10th position. But Meteorshot Sky, well, they have shown us in the previous few games that they are capable of high fragging capability, and this time also they are trying to prove so, as they are taking the control of the final from the clutches of R3D. But somewhere else Star Sultana also has been taken down, and H2E Tarzan is still finding few defeat points for his team. But Halsey is taking the damage of the blue, and Anubis from the compound little window takes down one of the players of Meteorshot Sky, takes down Electron, but before that he gets taken down, and Team Star has been eliminated at 7th position.
It's a race against time for Ash. Is he gonna successfully make it inside the circle, or is he gonna crumble? I think the latter is the answer, as Halsey, he's got his own troubles. Hawk, realizing, just pops that first aid and watches Meteorshot Sky get eliminated right in front of his eyes. But for now, I mean, he's a lonesome player surviving for his team, R3D. It's a game that they'll always remember. So much has happened for them. But H2E still having all 4 players of the team alive. Now safe and sound. This is again their chance to try and get a second chicken dinner. And this is where I was talking about, you know, Regicide having that beautiful advantage, completely dealing with that push coming in from Triple Esports, all by those 2 men. And the way Baz has been playing, and his teammate Nocto holding off. Now enough time, enough space can be bought by the players of Regicide, Ashad and Knock Knock, to ensure that the teammates get into safety. But look at Jalsa. He's on the lower ground. He's aware of his presence, but Knock Knock instead will fire all those bullets at his direction. Gets that beautiful knock, but Malik, he's been spotted out Buzz, he's not taking any shots, but he's aware of his presence. But Malik in turn takes him out, finishes him off as vehicles are flying and bodies are along with it. What is happening, Shadow? I cannot process even a single bit of it.
Another body that is going to fall down right now can be of Evil Boy of Groundus, as he was surviving on a 1 HP, taking the damage of the blue, and Hawk is going to get 1 defeat point onto him, and Team Groundus has been eliminated. But Noki, well, H2E is walking in his doorstep. Beautiful grenade takes down Jaideep over there. Can he clutch out the remaining 2 players also? That's the main question. Follow-up grenade, that is something I'm anticipating from Noki, but he's prioritizing his own HP. He needs to heal up really fast, but somewhere else, Tarzan is cooking that grenade against him, but somehow he survived that grenade, and Tarzan, he needs to change his position ASAP.
Oh, he certainly has to. Now things have gotten a lot more exciting. Regicide, they could have taken the waters, decided to go with their vehicles now at the wrong end of things as Kian just goes in, gets taken down by Noki. But is that going to be the one? Does not get that finish to his name as H2E 1 step closer to getting that chicken dinner. Malik still surviving though for freestyle. And so do we have R3D, the last player, still alive. And it's going to be an interesting one. It's a 1v1v3 situation. And Hawk, oh, he made himself visible and might just get taken down, but still spraying, being relentless over there, still continuing. And so is JD moving at his direction. He is all high on confidence. Will take a leap of faith, try to find him, and there you go. Gets that elimination. Now only the last player remains, and that has to be Malik from freestyle.
Well, Malik, his position was not given away, but courtesy to that smoke, now Team H2E have a vague idea that where exactly Malik can be, and H2E, they have the numbers advantage. It's a 1v3 situation for Malik. Can he do it? I think it's doable, but Malik has done it in the past, and he takes down one of the player, gets a confirmation as he was trying to take down second one. He gets taken down, and a beautiful winner chicken dinner comes for H2E this time. Well, last time they missed it, but this time they're getting it with 5 eliminations.
Yeah, they certainly missed it, but they made sure that they would cover up for it. And what an amazing day has it been, you know, right from the 20th spot till the 13th. This time, however, with 5 eliminations, but still making it count. The chicken dinners is what you need to have that confidence instilled inside of you. And they have done it in a beautiful, beautiful fashion. But I really felt this chicken dinner should have gone into Regicide's favor. You know, though, one wrong decision making instead of, you know, taking the waters at such late circles, and even after having the information of Malik's whereabouts and still going there, that's sort of where, you know, it turned out to be their Achilles heels, and they could not recover, and then things did not work out. But we're going to talk more about that, but after this short little break. Fantastic style, fantastic selfie, but I don't have it on my hands right now, and I wish I did. The black color is also looking really nice, Shadow, I must tell you that. And but I'll still go for the orange. And a huge shout out to Oppo F21 Pro for being the sponsors of this entire tournament. But taking a look at the MVP has to be Tan from QR. Quantum Rage, 4 eliminations, 655 points of damage, and Quantum Rage did have a decent outing in this one.
Love his name, Tan. We have a song.
It resonates, right, with our childhood. Tan.
Even we have a song also. Maybe he's singing that song only when he's clutching it out in the extreme pressure situation. Maybe anything can happen. But I just love his name.
And there you go. You know, our production just threatening us with copyright strikes. And yeah, I mean, we still wouldn't care because it's their burden to handle. But regardless, for now, let's take a look at the top players. Of course, Knock Knock. Again from Regicide. This is the third time, I think, in the entire day he's been there. What a beautiful player he's turning out to be. And Tarzan from H2E this time stepping up. I really thought we might get to see some more of JD, but it's fine. Tarzan making sure 613 points of damage, 3 eliminations. But Malik, ever so visible, ever so evident for his squad. Whenever Freestyle is in troubles, he takes them out of deep waters. As we take a look at the match rankings, ladies and gentlemen, day number 4, match 20, first position, H2E, 20 points coming in for themselves, and they have edged the spot at the 13th spot now. They will be looking for a climb. 1 more day remains, 4 more games. It's going to be interesting, but same can be said for R3D. I think this was one of those teams that has had the most actions inside the game, right? And 7 eliminations, 10 points, beautifully played by these lads.
Certainly, R3D, they were right in the thick and thin of action. The minute they eliminated the players of North Esports, they went directly in the city of Minor. Later on, they were not having the numbers advantage, but Triple Esports, but although they're having a good I'll say performance in this one, but the way they walked right into the arms of the death, that was something I didn't anticipate. One player going down with a grenade, rest of the players are walking right in the crosshairs of the opponent. Well, in a second, all the 3 players were taken out.
Oh yeah, they were taken out, and that was not a good thing. And yeah, it happened so quick and fast, so difficult to process sometimes, especially those final circles. You could see those vehicles flying, right? Body is flying along with it. But yeah, this was a huge miscalculated play coming in from Team Qwerty, right? They were unaware of Triple Esports watching over them, and Triple Esports did have a very good game. I think they had the highest finishes in the game, accumulating to 8 if I'm not wrong. So what they did was they held on to the higher ground, and they made sure they made every single team that was coming at their direction pay. But this is where I really felt that, Knock Knock did try his best, could have gone for a finish had he gone a little greedy. But I think H2E did not give him enough time to breathe. But there you have it, H2E finally getting that beautiful chicken dinner for themselves, something that they have been waiting for. And now the entire saga has just gotten so much more interesting as we take a look at the damage graphs, Shadow. And it's very likely, I mean, it's more Sanhok types, it gives you that vibes. Regicide, they were one of the strong contenders. One bad decision, but yeah, I love the plays coming out from H2E, FS, R3D, and Triple Esports. The Grounders, however, just 1 finish. But yeah, I think as long as you're getting those finish points, who am I to complain?
Certainly. In fact, this time majority of the teams are having high damage numbers and in fact high elimination numbers as well. So it was an even balanced out game, I'll say. It was not just like a single team that is dominating entirely in the whole game. It was a pretty balanced game. But having a look at the overall ranking, I8 Esports, well, they are stubborn. They are not leaving the top spot. But the second position was up for grabs, and Quantum Rage is the one that is sitting on the second spot with 176 points.
Whew. Now things are starting to, get a little bit more exciting, right? Because I8 Esports, I mean, not the best of the days that they've had, right? Because they always had such a huge points advantage. They still do, nothing taken away. But Quantum Rage and Magnus Esports, they're putting up a fight. Team TUF have been looking a little shabby. And Qwerty, I mean, last game they did have the opportunity, could have done something better, but it's alright, they kind of messed things up. But Regicide climbing a place up, 140 points is where they are, 6th spot, not too bad either. And Freestyle, just that 1 chicken dinner, we've been loving that. Quraysh Esports also playing really amazingly well. Team Star also taking that climb. But we've seen some major movements being made in the bottom half of the table. Team H2V again at the 13th spot, jumping 4 positions up this time. And the Grounders also getting that 12, and R3D much needed. But Metershot X Sky, 52 Esports, Triple Esports, Team Faulty Devils, look at that, TmW, Faulty Devils, North Esports have a chicken to their name, but still at the very bottom.
Certainly, Triple Esports, this is a team that have the capability every single time. In the damage elimination graph, we see Triple Esports is dishing out so much damage out there, but in the overall ranking, the points are missing. In terms of the placement, in terms of the elimination, the points are not there for Triple Esports. Even Faulty Devils, the day 1 performance of Faulty Devils, compared to today, there is stark difference. Day one, they were dominating, they were having a very good outing, but this day, well, they are sitting on the 18th position.
Yeah, not the way it would have gotten for them. But yeah, I mean, it's been an eventful day, I must say, because it has been a day where the teams that were in the bottom have finally woken up to their senses. They've decided, I mean, you know, if it's not today, then it's never. At least for the first week. And I like this fight because even if they do not end at the best of the spots, but having that little confidence, that little spark ignited within you, it's gonna propel you, it's gonna push you to perform well in week number 2. Because, like you know, ladies and gentlemen, so many things happening this time around. As we take a look at the comparison drawn between Quantum Rage and Magnus Esports. In fact, Quantum Rage today's day has been amazing for them. Magnus can't say the same, but quite similar in terms of how they've been performing, right? Just those extra 5 points of advantage. But regardless, I mean, both these teams are playing really well.
Certainly, even in the stats also, they speak for itself. There's not a major difference in terms of anything damage dealt or damage received. Both these teams are having pretty similar stats. Also, that's why they, in fact, Magnus, they were pretty much consistent. They over dominated the lobby on day number 2. But Quantum Rage, well, the way they have been shining since yesterday, well, they are unstoppable. Talking about the daily winners, the first match went in the favor of Team Qwerty. Second one went in the favor of Quantum Rage.
Oh yeah, and it was a really good day. I mean, especially for Quantum Rage, the likes of Star, H2V, Regicide, all these teams had been missing out on those juicy chickens, and they finally found their way in. And right now, it's gonna be really interesting to see what's gonna happen tomorrow, how things are gonna ensue between all these two teams, all these 20 teams over here. It's been such an interesting affair, Shadow, and today's day I think has to be one of those days which was quite evenly balanced, right? No team overpowering the other. But talking about the elimination leaders, I mean, has to be Blade, the entire squad. But this time, I think there's been a latest addition. It has to be Gravity. Courtesy to his first match heroics, the way he got that chicken dinner for his team was phenomenal.
Look at the way in terms of the overall ranking, in terms of elimination leaders, they are not leaving their spot. This time also 3 players are still in the top, although I8 is not able to have that kind of a dominating gameplay yesterday and today also. Yes, they are having good points in their hands, but kind of the way they were getting double chicken dinners or double digit elimination points in their favor, that has been missing yesterday and today also.
Yeah, that sort of has been. And it's all right, you know, as long as they aren't threatened. Because what's the objective? You have to be at the top. Nothing else matters, because the league stages is still getting the same prize money, $2,500. You're still untouched. So they've got that very thick, fat cushion for them. At least I don't think even if a team is gonna get 50 or 60 points tomorrow, still not gonna be in anywhere close contention of high. They know that, you know, they're gonna be the toppers. Gonna get those 20 points. They're gonna be playing in Livik. Maybe in Livik they start getting serious, because well, I'm really excited about that match. You know, first time in a competitive arena we're gonna have Livik in action, and where points actually matter. So that's gonna be interesting. It's a very small map, very different approach. We're gonna see some very fast-paced action, and with Pakistan, it makes it a whole lot special.
Well, certainly, Livik, a very small size map, and Pakistan region, we know it's known for its domination. It's tough to see the beautiful map of Livik turn into red with all that bloodshed, because Livik is so beautiful. The map entirely is so beautiful. Although in terms of competitive scenario, we have not been witnessing Livik, but still, it's a beautiful map.
Oh, it certainly is. And I mean, I understand why it's not there in competitive, because if Sanhok was what all you saw, and you've had enough of it, Livik's gonna give you nightmares. I mean, how do you survive? How do you rotate? How do you play tactically? It's just gonna be, you know, bloodshed all across. Now, from the minute one, we're gonna have those green pasture land turn red, and that's something we as viewers like, but not the players, right? You would not want to be banking upon it. It's so difficult to, you know, try and rotate around that certain map. So it's gonna be exciting, because it's gonna be my first competitive live a game, and I really want to see what the teams do and what they come up with. But overall, I mean, again, summing up the entire day, like I said, it's been all about the climb for these teams that were in the bottom half of the table, making it up top. You know, Team Star did manage to do that. H2V had a phenomenal day. Same goes with Quantum Rage. Even we did see that little bit of a battle going on between for that second spot, right? So many teams in contention. We did have Quantum Rage, we did have TUF, we did have Magnus. Even for that, after that one game, if you remember that first Erangel chicken dinner for Qwerty T20, they also got that second spot. So we've got two different storylines going on, and tomorrow the final day is going to be ever so exciting.
Well, it is going to be exciting, and in fact, I'm impressed by the fact that the teams who were on the bottom, they were not losing their confidence. They were still very confident they can make a comeback, especially H2E, like you also mentioned, they had a very good outing today. Star also, they were on the other side. Star, they were showing the signs that they have the capability. They were showing few good games on day number 2 and day number 3 as well, but H2E was completely missing, and in that kind of a scenario, teams tend to lose their confidence, but that was certainly not happening with the players of H2E.
Oh yeah, I think with H2E, like we said, it was just that one game that was needed to come out, and after that, you know, it was a hashtag too, but it's all right. They did manage to come out victorious, and this is exactly that thing that they needed to steamroll, and we hope they do well. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was all about today's games. We're gonna call it a night. See you tomorrow, same time. Don't forget to tune in because of that beautiful map of live, and we will get to know who and where all these teams place. Until then, take care and have a good night.